to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Today's matchup. Jinair Green Wings. Afrika Freaks. Hongdu Monster. SK Telecom T1. Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 2.
Guys, welcome to Champion Spring. I'm Doa, that's Monte Cristo, and today is day 2 of one of the last weeks of the regular season here on Champion Spring, and it's getting interesting. I mean, there's a lot of teams between like 1st and 8th, basically, that could or could not be in the playoffs. It's pretty wide open right now, isn't it?
I mean, these rankings are absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
CJ, because they only have 2 games left, is probably the least likely of the teams between 6 and 8 not to make it to the playoffs, because Afrika, they can come up with a win versus Jinair. They'll move to 8 and 7. Longju has a match fewer played than CJ, so there's still that opportunity, although they're pretty much in the same boat as CJ is right now. So there's a lot in flux, obviously, especially with Samsung's loss to Longju yesterday.
That was a bit shocking.
We have basically 8 teams that can still make the playoffs. One of them is guaranteed, and that's the Rocks Tigers. Technically, anybody else could fall out.
Well, it's great. I mean, this is one of the closest seasons of Champions we've ever had in like we're going on 4 years of doing this now. This is one of the closest ones I can remember.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's pretty nice. KT and Jinair are pretty safe, especially if Jinair can get a victory here today. That will pretty much guarantee them at least some form of playoff seed. But yes, a lot is still in flux, a lot still at stake as teams really try and vie for those top 5 spots. And we only have basically a week and a half left in this league, and we know nothing about the playoff picture.
Yeah, we're going to know a little bit more after today's matches. Jinair versus Afrika for our first best of 3 of the day, and then it's Hongdu Monster taking on SK Telecom for our second one. And so the second match, you'd have to imagine SKT is going to pick up a pretty easy win there. But this first one is going to be interesting because Afrika, they're looking pretty good lately. They've won a lot of games recently. They've taken games off very good teams recently. And Jinair is coming into this after the 1-2 loss to Samsung. So it's, again, we're saying this a lot, but there's a lot of fairly close teams in this league, and this one could go either way.
Yeah, and Jinair, they really looked uncoordinated in their match versus Samsung.
Yeah.
They tried to execute some Lissandra teleport flanks, and they really couldn't get their engages right. The one game they won, it was pretty straightforward. They were just kind of team fighting normally without trying to do these TP engages with Trace, but something seemed to go wrong every single time for Janair in their more flanking compositions. So I hope to see that they've ironed that out today.
Well, overall, it's been a season for things to go right for Janair. They're still currently sitting in third place, just 1 point in game score behind KT Rolster, but that could change, of course, depending on how they do and how SK Telecom does. Kongdu Monster not going to be moving anywhere except for maybe down to 115 like Spenu. But we'll see if Jinair, or rather Africa, can really be the team that surprises us today. Because, I mean, they've been a team that's been surprising us a lot over the last few weeks. And a win over Jinair would be huge in terms of locking in that spot in the playoffs next week.
Ever since the end of the first round robin, Africa has beaten SK Telecom, they've beaten KT Rolster, they've beaten Samsung. So they have impressive wins, and we really can't ignore them as a big threat and a possible playoff contender at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And the interesting thing about this team, and I'm sure we'll talk about it more when the match actually gets started, is just the way that the bans work against them, because they get to play a lot of strong stuff.
Yes. Yeah, their ban phase is very interesting.
Yeah.
But we'll get to chatting about that.
We'll talk about it later. Hold your horses.
I'm holding them. All my horses are being held.
You have big arms. Takes big arms to hold those horses.
No free horses running around this studio, Noah.
The horses are locked down. Janair Green Wings, Trace, Winged, Kuzan Pilot, and Che will be playing today, of course. That's pretty much their roster. And this is a team, again, that recently has been struggling a little bit. Overall, a good season, but they really need a win here to kind of cement themselves as a team that's going to go to the playoffs.
I mean, they did pretty convincingly beat CJ, especially in that final game. From Janair these days, what I like to see most, of course, Kuzan on his sort of signature Lissandra pick is good when they can actually work the teleport flanks properly. But if I go back and I take a look at that Samsung series, just go back to the Lissandra Callista if you can get it. Try and play just a straightforward team fighting composition and win that way.
Well, we'll see if they do. On the other side of the arena are the Africa Freaks, a team that, it's been a roller coaster for the Africa Freaks. We expected these guys to be better than they ended up being when they come into the season, but now, in the second half, they've stepped it up, and now this is the team right now, I think, that we thought we were going to see at the beginning of the season based on how they looked last year.
Yeah, absolutely, and they still have some issues, especially with Mickey getting caught out when he has huge advantages in lane, as we saw versus Spenu when they lost a game to Spenu, because he got really fed in lane and then decided to carelessly wander around the map on LeBlanc and die several times. Just it wasn't looking like they had it all together. A surprising stat is that Songyun is actually number 3 in kills in the entire league at 138, and he's been sort of the quiet carry on this team. We've seen the big games with him from Lucian, getting kills into the double digits, and they like to play Lulu now. I don't think they play the Lulu AD carry compositions particularly well, but they do play them.
I don't know if we're going to see much Lulu today, though. Lulu seems to have fallen off quite a bit since patch 6.6.
The nerfs were hefty.
They were. And there's just better options right now. Jinair Green Wings, you can see their season right there. Losses to Rocks and SKT, which is not too surprising. But more recently, that one to Samsung hurts a bit. Africa Freaks, again, I mean, a big difference between the top part of that graph and the bottom. Lately, they've been winning a lot.
Yeah, they've been winning a whole hell of a lot, and against teams that are ahead of them in the standings. So they are showing that they are a major threat. Songyun, again, keep your eye out on him. One of the weird things about Africa, as you mentioned earlier, Doa, is their pick and ban phase. So they're extremely difficult to play on red side because so far they are the only team in Korea that plays top Gragas.
Right.
So drafting Gragas in the first round of the draft on red side is very confusing to play against for them because it's a flex pick that no one else has right now, or at least no one else has shown. And the other thing is that because you have to ban Zed and Twisted Fate on blue side, they end up getting a lot of Callista and Poppy. There have been about 70 games of Callista so far this season. 70 times Callista's been picked. And Songyun has 12 of those. So they're getting, out of all the games picked, they're getting Callista about 1/6 of the time, which is obviously much higher than 1/10, which was what you would probably expect given its high priority. But it just happens to slip through the cracks to them more. And Songyun has been a major beneficiary. And the other major beneficiary is Ixu on Poppy, because he's been getting that pick a whole hell of a lot more than a lot of other people. And that has kind of built up his MVP points. Personally, I think Ixu is a decent top laner.
It's like a middling top laner.
Yeah, he's
He's okay.
middle of the pack here in Korea.
Yeah.
But he has been able to perform on Poppy and Gragas because of the way that teams have to ban against Africa, especially when Africa's on the red side. You have to take that Zed away. It's too much of a threat.
Yeah. Now, speaking about Ixu, his champion pool is going to be something that's going to need to improve if Africa Freaks want to keep in this upward trajectory. Because right now, he's okay. He's really, really good on Gragas and Poppy, but aside from that, he's okay. So looking at the bans coming in, Zed, Twisted Fate banned out by Jin Air, and Lissandra banned by the Africa Freaks so far.
And just remember, too, that when we see the Lulu nerfs, Lulu is actually Mickey's most played champion this season, so that's another threat that's off the table. Taking a 0 away from Kuzan is definitely a good idea, and same with the Lissandra.
Right.
So they're really targeting Kuzan's champion pool in this game.
It's interesting. Kuzan definitely a threat, but it's a lot of focus. I mean, all 4 bans so far theoretically targeted towards the mid laners. Obviously, the ZTF targeted over towards Mickey. Those are his best champions lately. There's a Lulu ban. So even though we saw Lulu more or less ignored yesterday, Jin Air is still worried enough about it that they'll ban it out.
So if Jin Air's doing this, they're probably going to first pick Corki. That would be my assumption. Or Callista, obviously, if it's not banned right here. Even though Callista was changed, it's still going to be a high priority pick.
Right.
Still does all the great things that Callista is picked for professionally, which is control objectives.
Well, Callista banned out.
The Nidalee is available. Now, Nidalee was changed a little bit, so she doesn't have the auto reset anymore, and it is a little bit tougher for her to jungle, considering she can't root the monsters any longer. But still going to be a good pick, so her clear time will still be fine. I think you take the Corki here, though, actually, just because that is both a priority pick for Kuzan and Mickey, and is up there in their most played champions this season. And you can deny that, I think you're going to be in a good place. Maybe Mickey would resort to LeBlanc in that case, but Kuzan also a good LeBlanc player.
Yeah, I agree. The Nidalee, despite the nerfs, was still a pretty big priority yesterday on our first day of 6.6. Didn't seem to really stop her from being picked and banned early on, but Jin Air thinking long and hard about this. They'll switch over to the Gangplank, though, instead.
Okay, that's almost certainly going to Trace. Kuzan has played 2 games of GP this season, but Trace, generally the GP player on this team. At least they can flex it. Poppy will be what Ixu gets again. Ixu will always flash the Soraka. I don't know why.
I don't know. Shout out to NA, I guess. Who knows? I mean, top Soraka was a thing way back when. Maybe he's pining.
Dade's mid Soraka, yes, never forget.
Well, there was top Soraka too
Yeah.
as well. He was pining for the good old days of lane Soraka.
Those were terrible days, though. I don't.
None of
mind
the rest of us are, yeah. Only Ixu. He is the one who pines. What's it going to be, though? I would imagine it's just going to be the Poppy. Makes sense to take that away. Could take the Corki, too. They will. Okay. Also a good pick.
I think you take the Corki just because there's been such a ransacking of Mickey's champion pool in this particular game. Can't play the Azir either because they banned it themselves, so why not just take that flex pick, see what you can do with it. You can always go back to the LeBlanc later, even if that would make you a little bit magic heavy.
Yep.
Varus still available, still going to be a strong pick.
I feel like Varus would be a better one for a Kuzan over on the Jin Air side.
Could definitely do that, but didn't they run into the problem of a lot of attack damage and no real magic damage? But you can mitigate that with perhaps an Elise, but instead they're looking at that LeBlanc, so just trying to take that away. Kuzan is no stranger to this LeBlanc pick. It's in his top 3 most played champions this season, and that's what they're going to take. Alistair and the LeBlanc. So limited sort of wave clear here, though, from Jin Air. Makes me wonder what they're going to take as an AD carry, considering they didn't take Sivir early. They could still take Lucian.
True. Now, Echo did get some buffs, I believe,
Yes.
in 6.6.
He's
pretty
been
decent buffs, but nobody's really picked him up yet.
He's been slowly getting buffed over time.
Yeah. He's like right on the edge right now. We've seen the hovers have been intense lately. The Echo hovers.
Well, Faker's been playing him a lot in solo queue, so that's kind of exciting.
Yeah.
So just a little bit of a movement speed boost, and then a cooldown reduction on his phase dive, at least in the early level. So it's a lot easier to harass right now because you can get in more often on phase dive, and if you trigger his passive, you do have a little bit more movement speed early on to get away.
Yeah.
It's like Poppy and Sivir, the more likely pickups here, so some pretty good comfort champions for the members of Africa.
And it might be a Kindred for Wing this time around. Janair kind of wondering what they're going to take for their jungle and their AD carry.
I think they should definitely take Lucian here. He provides the necessary wave clear that you're looking for. I also think they should take a tank jungler just because they already have LeBlanc, GP, and Lucian. There's no shortage of damage.
Very true.
And playing these fragile compositions, not to say that Janair can't do it, but even the Rocks Tigers have struggled at times playing these kind of full glass cannon comps. They nearly lost.
What about a Gragas here for a jungler? I mean, yeah, there Elise is the possibility too, but what do you think of Gragas?
Gragas definitely fine, at least good. Either's fine with a big composition with the LeBlanc. Kindred obviously going to keep you alive, and there's not a lot of disruption on the side of Africa to cause them to leave the Kindred ultimate, so that's a nice bonus if you're going to take the Kindred here.
Are we actually going to see a Soraka? No, we couldn't. I mean, Janna might be coming back. Well, I mean, she's already back in NA, right?
Well, she was nerfed, so probably not.
She might come to Korea eventually.
I think it's even less likely now that she's been nerfed that she's coming back, Noah.
Where there's a gorilla, there's a way.
That's true. I've heard that sentence a lot.
I'd love to see
in
the
my life.
Blitzcrank, but yeah, have you really? When you're trying to break through a window at a zoo, you're like, I wish I had a gorilla right now. That'd be great. Well, it just makes me feel bad when people hover Blitzcrank because he used to be so good. Now he's not.
I don't know if he was ever so good.
He was so good.
He was situationally good.
We casted Mad Life's Blitzcrank's games back
he was
in
situationally
2013,
good.
man.
There's the problem.
Oh, so sad. I didn't get my hopes up this time, though. I just didn't believe it from the moment. I've become too jaded.
Well, Africa got a strong front line for their 3 damage dealers. It's pretty standard composition. We'll see what Lyra can do. Lyra's been really good in the current jungle meta, though. And Winged, a player who has been quite solid. He's gotten a lot of first bloods in these games. He's at 49% contribution to first blood in the games that he plays in, which is a really solid stat. Puts him at number 2 in the league overall. And one thing about Janair is that they're really, really good at getting dragons. Right now, they're number 1 in first dragon out of all teams in the league. They get it 2/3 of the time. And they also have the best dragon control overall in the league in that they get 58% of the dragons in their games. So 5th dragon stacking, definitely something you want to watch out for Janair, especially with how conservatively they play the late game.
Yeah, and how late they play the game in general.
But you can't fault their strategy. If they are so good at controlling dragon and they can reliably get to 5 stacks, then they should absolutely play this way because it's the kind of it's the best way to win the game. If you're not going to throw between dragon number 1 and dragon number 5, you might as well just wait for 5th dragon and really, really make sure that you seal the game.
If it's not broke, don't fix it, but you could make it a little bit more exciting. We'll see. I'm sure it'll be good anyway. Janair versus Africa Freaks. The playoff race continues. Let's get in the game.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands.
All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift for our first match of the day. Janair Green Wings taking on the Africa Freaks. There were some cheers. It was a meager cheer, but it was there.
A meager cheer for the Freaks. They deserve more than that with how many games they've been winning recently.
I know, right? You'd think they'd have more fans coming to the studio.
A robust cheer, perhaps.
Yeah, a hearty cheer. Give a hearty cheer for the Freaks.
Well,
There's one now. There's one now.
looking at the Freaks. All right, well...
Don't stare at the Freaks, please. It's very rude.
Come on, they asked me to watch this freak show. This is a freak show I'm paid to cast.
I know. It's pretty great when you think about it. Well, those freaks creeping around the mid lane.
Looks like we'll see a called lane swap here. Probably Snowflare and Sangyu not too interested in facing off against Lucian in the lane, but they are going to be a little bit delayed, and Kuzan trading with Mickey.
Trading a lot with Mickey. Getting the damage done, though. Mickey with that corrupting potion to start off with.
Not going to be using it just yet, and Freak's going to be hunting around in the jungle. They were seen on the entrance to the ward, but this is going to mean that Pilot and Che are going to win the minion race here, hitting that level 2 just a little bit faster, as it was a delayed invade from Sanyan and Snowflower. Now they have to deal with that problem too. Not something that they wanted to be facing exactly at this point in time. So we'll see if Lyra can try and get a gank and affect that top lane.
Yeah, so no.
Meanwhile, this is a really good situation for Jin-Air because they have winning lanes in the side lanes right now. Gangplank does very well against Poppy early. You can't really stop him from farming, so you can't curtail his growth, and he trades quite well against melee champions because of his passive and the fact that he doesn't have to use Parlay to trigger it. He can just walk up to you and auto you when you try and CS. So it's going to be a good time for Trace down there.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much everything that Jin-Air wants. At the beginning of this game, just standard lanes, farming up, eventually doing dragons. And you can see Nidalee gets a little bit, it feels like she gets a little bit lower in the jungle
Well,
now,
yeah, when you don't have that root
Yeah.
on the monsters anymore, it is going to cause you to take more damage in the jungle. But she still has her self-heal, and
It's not bad.
she's still going to be pretty speedy when it comes to clearing out these camps.
Yep.
As you can see, about a camp ahead already, and going to try and take out this Scuttle Crab, deny the first Kindred mark. We're doing a little bit of prowling around in the enemy jungle, looking like, want to go for an early gank onto Trace.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Obviously, all the summoners up right now. Here comes Lyra from behind, though, an early gank onto Trace. W pop by Ixu's going to fling Trace back. Trace still has that flash. Ixu used his. There we go. But Trace in a lot of trouble now. Can they finish him off? Oh, the spear misses. Lyra coming in, flashes for the kill. There's first blood. For Afrika, they had to use a little bit more than I think they wanted to there, but they got it.
Yeah, they had to use both of their flashes in exchange for only one. Trace is just going to TP back in anyway, so it's a pretty solid gank right there. Winged is just going to do some counter jungling as soon as he checks and sees whether they're going to recall or not. And once Trace gets back into lane, and it's just a little bit safer. Oh, they're going to come for a gank immediately, actually. Winged.
Maybe. Ixu with no flash is kind of vulnerable. Trace trying to bait him in there. Winged could come from the side, but Ixu's playing it smart for the moment. Not going up too far. And the recall comes in. Trace really wants to fight with Ixu. Yeah, I think Ixu knows what's up. They haven't seen Winged in a while, so he's got to play safe.
Clever. That was could have been pretty disastrous there for Ixu, but ends up just backing off as he runs through all the charges on his potion and isn't interested in trading anymore. But even though they got the kill, Trace still starting out with a pretty nice CS advantage in the lane, and that's going to be the real tricky part, I think, is just keeping Gangplank down. It doesn't actually matter if you kill him as long as he has the TP up. He's still going to maintain that CS edge. He's still going to maintain that trading edge, even though only had the money to pick up the Sapphire Crystal, and of course the Ruby Crystal and Cloth Armor will be helping against those trades now that Ixu is right back in lane.
Whoa. Uh-oh. Kuzan passive pop. He's going to go in, actually, because Winged is traveling to the mid lane anyway. That was interesting. Kuzan has to recall now. Close call. Yeah, Lyra's been making a difference in the jungle on that Nidalee. Stealing away the Gromp now. Getting that first blood. Pretty good start for him.
And Jin-Air, when we get to, I mean, they're going to want to make picks, or they're going to want to kite with this composition. Alistar is really their only form of engage, and they want people to walk into them, thanks to the Kindred ultimate and the GP barrels. So Jin-Air looking to set up around these objectives and really control them. Afrika running more of a poke composition. They are a little bit light on the engage too, but at least they have Poppy and the Sivir ult to get in there. You should see some nice fighting around the dragon in this particular game.
You know what I don't understand is how does Ghost Gangplank light his ghost sword on fire?
He's not a ghost, we discussed this.
What is he then?
He's
He's
a Scooby-Doo.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He's a
just
Scooby-Doo.
pretending to be a ghost.
Exactly.
Right. I remember now.
Because he leaves a body, and ghosts don't leave bodies on the ground when they die. So
That's
obviously
true.
he's a guy in a ghost costume.
You're right. I forgot about all this.
He's basically a Scooby-Doo villain.
Thanks for refreshing my memory.
No problem.
Well, then it makes it even stranger because why would you give away that you're not a real ghost by lighting your sword on fire? You have to be like, it's magic fire. Ooh. I don't believe you, Gangplank.
Well, nobody believes him anymore. His body, we have all the evidence we need. We took it to the coroner, confirmed not a ghost.
Yep. You just take off the mask and it's just him, but not green.
The Gangplank, a pirate dressing up as a ghost pirate.
It's really just kind of like the bluish green man group of Gangplank, you know? See, he's kind of like turquoise, really. It's not really green or blue. It's kind of in the middle. Kind of the green of a sea filled with drowned pirates.
Yeah, but he should
Is
just...
that too dark?
No.
Okay, good.
The sea is already full of drowned pirates. So
That's true.
that's just a fact.
Yep. About that time, the next time you go swimming.
Think about that the next time you choose to engage in piracy, Noah. Would you like to be dead at the bottom of the sea? Don't be a pirate.
But I just never get caught, obviously. See, pirates are kind of like ninjas, where the best ones, people don't know that they even are that.
Oh, Lyra got the blue buff.
Oh, come on, Lyra. He's just like, sorry guys, this Nidalee after the patch is just so weak, I just needed the blue.
I'm pretty sure everybody knows you're a pirate if you're a pirate, though, because that's the entire point of piracy. You can't really hide being a pirate because you need to, like, take their ship and stuff.
Hey, well, if you leave no survivors,
But
then they don't know. Kuzan coming in for some damage onto Mickey.
you still have to get rid of the ship.
Just scuttle it. Sick it
What's
to Davy Jones' locker.
Where's your plunder then, Noah?
Well, you put it on your ship. You take the plunder from their ship, you put it on your ship, then you sink their ship.
No, but see, Noah, the
Anyone
problem...
won't join you anyway.
The problem is you still end up with goods that have to be fenced, so everyone's going to know you're a pirate.
Well,
If you're a ninja, you're just trying to kill people and leave no trace. No one's going to know who did that.
I suppose ninjas don't.
You're
steal
not
things,
going
do
to
they?
like kill somebody and auction off their body afterwards. Then everyone would know who the ninjas were too.
Ninja goes back to a chest of like a chest of valuables from his latest assassination. His boss is like, "Come on, man,
Leave no trace.
we're supposed to be mysterious." Oh well.
Well, they're doing a great job on this Italy of counter jungling and getting those deep wards in. Highly successful so far.
Not doing a very good job of giving blue buff to his mid laner though.
It's okay. Just solo dragon right now. He needs blue buff. You know, the blue buff's just helping him solo dragon, really.
That's why he took it. It was all part of the plan. Mickey just needed to help him out.
Now that everybody's swapped down to the bottom side of the map, they're going to be quite happy to see this is going to be their first dragon of the game.
Should be.
Again, on average, we see Jinair take the first dragon in 2 out of 3 games, so a little bit unusual to see Jinair not able to control that first objective, but with the way that Lyra's been getting the vision in, he's been doing an excellent job of keeping track of Kuzan. They also knew that the blue buff timer had just come up, and we saw the LeBlanc head over to the blue buff, so perfect time to go ahead and solo that dragon. Great instincts from the Afrika Freaks. They even had the lane pushed up, so they get a little bit of help from Songyun and Snowflower. Solid early game so far for Afrika.
Well, we saw that graphic too. They do have that 60% win rate after getting first dragon. It is nice. Ixu, first action on the Trace. Trace just drops his ultimate. Ixu on the run right now. Oh, he got so low. But Trace just a little bit afraid to follow him into the river.
And this is why. He knows Mickey is coming.
That's right.
And
Mickey is here.
He's going to run away from this one.
Just gives him the big one, and then he backs away.
That's what Corky does. He just gives you the big one and leaves.
That's right. Very rude.
It's not very considerate.
No. Don't follow Corky's example. He's not a good person. Yordle, whatever he is.
Have you noticed that Yordles are come in really different sizes?
Well, yeah. I mean, they're diverse, just like people, Monty.
No, they vary much more in size than people do.
Well, do they?
Look how small Corky is. Think about that. Look at him, and then look at Poppy. All right,
man.
He is tiny. He's like half the size that Poppy is.
But how big are their heads? Because I feel like the head is a great
look
equalizer.
Look how big he is. He's tiny. And then Poppy is just massive. I mean, her head is probably the size of Corky.
Well, you know what I've discovered, though, is that Yordles are not what you think they are. They are part machine, part biological organism. So that plane is actually part of Corky's body.
You mean the manatee?
Yeah, that manatee is part of Corky's body. We already established this, too, that it's not a real manatee. It's a stuffed manatee.
Is he some sort of manatar?
Flash pulverize on Mickey, thrown right back into Kuzan. Kuzan gets exhausted immediately. Mickey trying to get away, winged, not going to let him. Che gets the kill in the end, as he should. He did all the work there.
Wow, they used 2 ignites right there. That was a bit sloppy. Didn't communicate that before. And Afrika just going to go ahead and take a turret in response. So Lyra making the smart call and Africa actually getting ahead.
Yeah.
As a result of that little trade. Trace is going to try and put some damage and pressure onto the top side, but not going to be too much. Lyra continues ravaging the jungle of Wing.
Talk about rude. You know, the most impressive thing about Gangplank is that he's ambidextrous. He can use that sword with his left hand and then shoot
That actually
his
is
gun with
pretty
his right
impressive.
hand. I know, right?
I definitely couldn't do that.
Me neither. If I had a sword in my left hand, I kind of like flail around awkwardly. Winged could be in a little bit of trouble. Dodges a Q though from Snowflower. Passive begins to stack, but he'll get back into his own jungle. No problem. Looks like it might be time to take out the Rift Herald if they decide.
I don't know if this is a good
No,
idea
okay.
for Africa. Everybody is coming up that direction from Jinair. Even Pilot wants to move up to this top side of the map right now. Trace cleaning up the turret, but they are just going to swap back into the dual lane with Lucian.
So, at what point in the game do the Jinair Green Wings need to make something happen?
I mean, they're going to be pretty strong in the late game, obviously, with this GP. I'm just more concerned with their ability to team fight with no tank when Alistar's ultimate is down and how well they can use the Kindred. But this is one of those games where Kindred is even more effective than usual. They don't have an Alistar, a Gragas, a Trundle, anything that can push people off the Kindred ultimate. And Africa have, I would say, somewhat limited forms of engage, so they may not exactly want to get right on top of that Kindred ultimate with champions like Nidalee and Corki, although Nidalee can output a great deal of damage at low range in that Cougar form. But still going to be, I think, taking a little bit of a risk that you get chunked down pretty low, and Jinair can body block a lot of that or punt people off of it with Che if he uses his headbutt properly.
True. Trace just trying to farm up down the bot lane. He's behind in CS now, though. Really, Africa kind of ahead in everything at the moment.
Yeah, he looks like Poppy's been doing a really good job handling him.
Kuzan getting ganked. Here comes Lyra. Spear dodged. A lot of damage coming in, though, but it doesn't look like Mickey's going to find finishing blow.
But Lyra is just a turret-killing machine right now. Mickey playing a bit cautiously as the Kindred comes in from the side, just doing a nice job zoning Winged out. But he's got the Sheen, and this may mean another turret down in favor of the Africa Freaks, as their map pressure has just been better in this early game.
Could be. GPL has to be used just to keep African Freaks away.
Smart use of that ult, though. Go ahead and drop it. You're frozen at your tier 2 anyway. And this means that Africa has to have some way to respond to this, because Poppy up there trying to be annoying, Ixu going after, he got the red buff right there.
Right. Yeah, so, I mean, Jinair might have a strong late game, but they need to kind of stop the pressure at some point, don't they? Otherwise, they're going to be playing that late game out of their base.
And this is the problem with their composition. We talked about the relatively low wave clear in the early game. I mean, you have to commit. You can't commit with a Corki with a package and a blue buff right there. You just have to lose the turret. So they delayed it with the GPL, but couldn't make much of it. And LeBlanc having to go in to that melee range does present a threat. You take a lot of damage if you try and clear out minion waves with your distortion.
Yeah. Dragon is up now, and it looks like Africa Freaks are in a great position to take that second one. So Jinair not even really able to rely on that dragon pressure that they usually have in a lot of their games.
It's okay. They can still rely on playing for the ultra late game.
Oh,
Trying
yes.
to de-aggro the Herald. Hop over the wall and take it. Looks like the buff will go over to Wings.
Okay. Second dragon taken by the Africa Freaks. Songyun pushes up that bottom lane. With his teammates taking dragon, he was pretty safe to do that.
It's just going to be farming next to the turret for a GP. Spell shield on that. And Lyra's doing the right thing. Lyra's been having some great pathing this game, just using that heal, increasing the attack speed of the champions around it, just helping tear through these turrets. He is absolutely abusing the low wave clear Jinair.
Here comes a gank onto Ixu up in the top lane, pushes Pilot away. He's going to take a lot of damage, though. Doesn't use that ult quite yet. He knows he's not going to get away from this one, and a pretty easy dive up in the top lane. Africa Freaks moving up, though. They take out that bottom tier 2.
Yeah, but
still a good trade.
Yeah, it's about even, obviously, when you consider that kill, but Africa's been putting the pressure in all the right places on the map this game. They forced some unfavorable trades, and that's gotten them a gold lead. Jin Air prioritizing some of these kills over saving their turrets, and LeBlanc really isn't rolling in a way where it's going to be much of a threat to a lot of the members of the Africa Freaks.
Yeah, he's just got that one assist, and that's it. I mean, if you want LeBlanc to start snowballing and tearing people up, you really need a lot of kills. Or at least 2 or 3 by this point.
I mean, that would 2 or 3 by 15 minutes would be quite a lot.
Yeah.
But in any case, the Maw of Malmortius in the late game is what you really have to worry about. And we've seen Mickey's LeBlanc get stopped very effectively by a lot of purchases of those items. You know, once you get Aegis, you get the Maws down or the Abyssal Scepters, and it's going to be a lot more difficult for Kuzan to actually be contributing to team fights in a meaningful way. And Africa just going to respond with another turret, but that'll be answered on the opposite side of the map as they play very aggressively. But Pilot is here. Mickey actually very low.
Kuzan goes back in, gets the kill. Nice duel there between Kuzan and Mickey.
That was actually a bit of a misplay from Kuzan. He actually could have gotten that without using his flash. He hesitated there for a moment, even though he had the ignite up and got him low. He seemed like he was surprised by the amount of damage that he was doing himself. Mickey's like, all right, I think it's time for a Hex Drinker now, and he would be right.
Good idea, yeah. Maybe you want to start not having to worry about that magic damage. Meanwhile, the bottom tier 2 taken by Jin Air, so they are starting to strike back here a little bit. They're still down 2 dragons, but they've more or less caught up in gold by now.
Yeah, without Mickey to hold that center of the map and threaten to come down into the bottom side, a lot easier for Jin Air to make the decision to come down and take a tier 2. They've now just about equalized that gold score. So things looking up for Jin Air after a bit of a rough start. And we're going to take a look at that again. So Kuzan's going to come in. Mickey's trying to recall. Remember, Mickey has no mana right now. Yeah. So just comes back in. And it also flashed at the... I don't know why he flashed at the end of that.
I think he thought there was a rocket coming out, maybe?
I think the rocket would have killed him, but
I don't know.
He has an abyssal.
Low.
He has an abyssal scepter. The odds of that rocket killing him are not good. Maybe he was afraid that Lyra could possibly come in and finish it up.
Could be.
Yeah. Mickey just getting cocky. He didn't even use his flash. Could have gotten out of that one. Should he have wanted? So just a misplay there from Mickey.
Yeah. And so the Africa Freaks continuing to try to put pressure onto the map. Able to get that Rift Sculler. But, you know, it seems like Jin Air's doing okay now. I mean, they've come back with 3 turrets to 4, gotten some kills. Winged is getting away without dying.
Yeah, Wing's getting very close to that Devour. He's at 26 out of 30 stacks at the moment. So another couple of minutes, and he should have that nice and complete. Rylai's second on Lyra is very interesting. I guess he needs the HP to deal with some of the burst damage from LeBlanc and GP that could be coming out. And he'll be able to kite more effectively, but usually we'd see a Rod of Ages or something like that onto a jungle Italy, so I'm curious how he's going to play this one out.
So Trace looking like he wants to flank with the barrels here. And Che going in, there's the engage. Songyun locked up just a little bit. He's going to get out with the cleanse. Iksu flashing in onto Winged. They're going to get that kill onto Kindred first off. Trace, though, chasing away Snowflower and Iksu. I don't think this is a fight that Jin Air can really pursue, though, and it doesn't look like they think so either.
That was actually really well executed by the Freaks because they locked down Wing before he could even use Lamb's Respite. They did get chunked out. They did get paid. They did pay for it a little bit, but mispositioning there from Wing right against the wall set up the chain CC that they needed. And Jin Air, even though they get engaged on, and Songyun actually gets hit with a pulve, didn't use his spell shield properly. There's not a lot of follow-up, and Africa come out with another kill when the dust settles. We'll take a look at that again. Now watch this. Che is just going to... I mean, you got to spell shield that. Basically, he's going to come in without even using flash. But Winged here gets knocked around by that Braum passive, stuck, and then Iksu just ulting the follow-up right out of the team fight.
Yeah, and Trace knows he can't chase through that brush either. So that's a fight. That goes in the Africa Freaks' favor. Wow, there's a lot of gold for Songyun. What do you think makes those blades bounce? Because like a sharp blade like that, you can't simultaneously cut things and bounce off of things. It makes no sense.
You're right, it really doesn't.
It's not a boomerang.
Boomerangs don't bounce off things either.
Well, no, but I mean, they come back to you if they don't hit anything.
That's true. If they don't hit anything.
Right. But yeah, you cannot simultaneously cut and bounce off of something. Africa Freaks going for their third dragon of the game. Jin Air wants to stop it. And I don't know. Okay, they're going to go in. Can they get the dragon? Trying to steal it away, but no. Lyra takes it. Winged in the pit, has to flash away. The package brought to the party by Mickey. Meanwhile, Africa trying to come over the wall for more fighting. Mickey going really deep. Ixu's right there, though, so he should be safe from Trace. Meanwhile, Wing finally goes down. A double kill for Mickey. Kuzan already on the run, down at the bottom of the screen. And Jin Air losing another team fight.
Yeah, well, they went in for that. It looked like Kuzan was going in for poke, but Wing just vaulted right over that wall and then had to flash out of the pit. Now, Africa have their sights set on this Baron. As we take a look at this replay, I mean, this is just discoordination, discoordinated attack.
Discoordination.
Uncoordination?
It's malcoordination. Either way, it's not good for Jin Air.
Yeah, and Mickey, look, Ixu gets here before Trace. Trace comes in on the backside. The Kindred ult comes in way too late and actually does more harm than good.
Well, speaking of more harm than good, Baron taken by Africa Freaks, but Kuzan does manage to find a kill on Snowflower.
Surprised they didn't actually go in harder right there because they had the GP. No cannon barrage, though, because it was used in that last team fight. So now Africa coming out with a really big advantage in this game. But yes, lack of coordination, we'll call it that. I'm sure there is an actual word for that, whether it's miscoordination or uncoordination, I don't know. Uncoordinated
I think
is
it's uncoordinated yeah.
But different part of speech. So.
Discoordination was the name of my metal band in college.
Discoordination?
Discoordination.
Well, just discoordination, there you go.
Yeah, one of those two. I'm sure that's the name of a documentary by Bill Maher or something, though.
Winged one stack away from Isaiah Devourer.
Yep.
But yes.
So close.
They looked like they were confused as to whether they were actually just trying to steal the dragon or whether they were committing to a team fight around it. And Africa just piles over the back of the Dragon Ball. And Trace not able to get there faster than Ixu. Now they have a TP advantage too, the Africa Freaks.
So close game. Kuzan coming in, trying to do some damage to Snowflower. And there's Che right there. Do they want to fight the Sivir ult used? I don't think so. Jin Air already on the run. Ixu teleports in from behind. They've got Wing trapped. Kuzan just trying to do some parting damage on his way out. Looks like they might catch Che as well. That cow is hamburger. He's not actually made of ham. Ever think about that? Strange. Africa Freaks going after the inhibitor turret though, and this looks like it could be kind of the beginning of the end.
It may in fact just be the end, though.
I think so.
We'll see how fast they want to push this.
Well, they've got the Baron buff. Trace, Pilot's still up, but man, look at the damage coming out of Mickey, though. Corki has reached critical mass. Oh, GPL dropped. They're going to have to back away for the moment. And this can buy enough time for Jin Air to maybe delay this game a little bit more. Yep, looks like it will for now, but it was nearly over.
I don't know what's going on with Jin Air. They just don't look in sync these days. They didn't look in sync with Samsung. They were botching a lot of their engages. Here, they don't seem to be playing their team composition properly. Again, they have limited engage. They haven't really gone for the picks with the LeBlanc. Instead, they've been sloppily team fighting, and I just don't think that a team composition that requires this much team fighting coordination, because you have to play around Alistar ult and Kindred ult so well in order to win, that it's really right for Jin Air right now. I like the Kuzan just goes in on Lysandra, ults himself, and then Songyun dances around on Kalista win that they had versus Samsung. I think Jin Air really has to go back to the drawing board at this stage with a lot of these compositions, because I feel like they're overreaching based on their current performance.
Yeah. I mean, it's been weird. They were good, and then they were bad, and they're not in sync now. But I wish they'd stop playing games with my heart. Quit playing games with my heart. I messed it up. It's quit playing games with my heart.
That was going to be so good.
I know.
Damn it, Noah.
Oh, retiring. Bye.
Your in-sync meme game is off, so
I'm just
that's actually the first sign of the decline of a caster. Did you know that?
The in-sync meme game? I never knew that. Terrifying.
You know that's it's actually on the list of signs that you should retire as a caster. You mess up an
you
in-sync,
can't properly quote in-sync.
An in-sync reference, like
I think
you're done
right.
after that.
Is there any
it's all
way I can get
downhill.
it? What's this treatment for that? I don't want to know.
I'll tell you, it's listening to a lot of in-sync.
I don't know if I can do that. I might just have to say bye, bye, bye.
Sometimes the treatment is actually worse than the cure, Noah.
This is definitely one of those times. Absolutely one of those times. Could be worse. Might have to listen to O-Town.
I don't know if that's worse.
It's kind of like the lesser of two evils. All right, another turret goes down. Afrika Freaks just closing this one out. A lot that Jin Air appears to be able to do.
Sure isn't, Noah. It sure isn't.
It's a tough thing to watch. The decline of Jin Air. GPL drop. This is their last chance. They got to fight this. Going in, Pilot finds Lyra, but doesn't find enough damage. Jin Airplane has run out of gas. It is slowly circling down to oblivion.
Slowly, huh?
Yep.
I mean, we're 27 minutes. It seems to be happening pretty quickly.
Jin Air doesn't really do anything fast, though. A fast team would be done already.
Yeah, they don't even die fast.
No.
Look at this. They only lost one inhibitor on that Baron push, and certainly the gold lead is absolutely huge right now. There's a dragon coming up in 7 seconds, but honestly, this is a mistake by Afrika. They didn't go back fast enough to actually get the dragon. They tried too hard for the inhib, and that means that they're not going to have a quick 5 dragon stacks. They actually can't pile into the pit fast enough to prevent Jin Air from doing this. So Jin Air gets a little bit of a lease on life right now.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean,
they stopped him from taking the inhib. The other inhib's going to come back up in a couple
minutes.
Hello,
package has arrived.
What?
Exhaust on the wing. What is Mickey doing? No, Mickey.
He's thrown games before by doing things like that.
That was a pretty epic throw there. That was, wow. That was...
Special delivery.
I guess so.
It's free kills.
I think Dongchun's going to die. It's, we're losing our Korean casters here. They can't handle this.
Wow, Afrika, do not siege.
I don't know. Well, it's a 4v5. They're like, yeah, it's time to siege, man. Oh, here comes
What
Jay.
What are they doing?
I don't know, man, but Winged is going in for some more Kindred damage. Pilot Kuzan right there. Afrika Freaks so tanky enough. They can still take the turret. Jin Air on the run. I guess they can just win a 4v5. Mickey's still dead, by the way. There goes Pilot. And weirdly enough,
wow,
I guess this is going to be the end of the game. And yep, Ixu just wrecking people down at the bottom. Songyun trying to back away. Winged is like it's do or die time. Looks like it's mostly die though. There goes Trace, the pirate. I don't know.
I was like Mickey coming out of the bases. I mean,
I'm back, guys. I helped.
Honestly, that play right there was sort of Afrika's most recent history in a microcosm. They have been winning kind of without Mickey even being around.
I don't.
Whether Mickey is like split pushing on Lulu and like Songyun's like hard carrying them with Lucian in 4v5 Baron fights. When Mickey can split push, Mickey is actually good at judging pressure and taking down objectives. Sometimes, though, you really wonder about when and where he decides to appear on the map.
You know, sometimes he just takes the package randomly deep into the enemy jungle without his team anywhere nearby.
You remember his TP plays at the beginning of the season.
Sure.
You remember when he would like show up in lane on Victor with like 100 HP and just die for no reason?
I don't know. Mickey time. It's Mickey time. That's what we call that. Well, despite Mickey's best efforts, Afrika Freaks take game 1. And we'll see. We'll see if he can throw a little bit harder in game 2. It just wasn't enough this time, Mickey. Sorry. It was close.
I'm really impressed that they were still able to take that. But they were so far ahead in gold, and Ixu was so tanky by that point.
Yeah.
They had good follow-up. Lyra, great game. Great game from Lyra.
Yeah.
I really like how he prioritized those turrets and just played the counter jungling and pressure game extremely well.
That's right. So we'll be back with game number 2 right after this.
텅텅 텅텅텅텅 게임 팬 여러분들 안녕하십니까. 텅텅텅 스프링 2016 2라운드 안녕하세요. 게임 캐스터 당군 김은중입니다. 자, 요즘 롤챔스를 보다 보면 좀 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 아니, 관객석이 텅텅 비었어요. 하지만 신기하게도 표준 10분 만에 매진된대요. 자, 그럼 저희가 직접 한번 예매해볼까요?
먹어야 될 것 같아. 여기? 뭐야? 맛있다. 아, 뭐야? 안 되는데. 어떡해. 진짜. 나 망했어.
1, 2, 3, 4.
그것이 잘못된 것 같아. 5,000원짜리 표 한 장이 5만 원으로 둔갑한다는 롤챔스 티켓. 아니, 대체 표를 사놓고 왜 안 오시는 겁니까? 오직 기부천사들입니까? 그 진실은 바로 암표입니다. 요즘 중땡 나라에 롤챔스 티켓으로 표테크 하신다는 분들 꽤 많다고 하는데요. 롤챔스만 쳐보면 이렇게 거래가 쏟아져 나옵니다. 근데 판다는 분들도 많지만 산다는 분들도 굉장히 많습니다. 하지만 결국 거래가 성사되지 않은 매물은 이렇게 텅 빈 자리로 남게 되는 거죠. 다행히 썸머 시즌부터 옮긴다는 상암 e스포츠 경기장은 800석 가까이 된다고 하니까 뭐 이런 문제는 곧 해결되겠지만 그래도 얼른 대책 마련이 좀 시급한 것 같습니다.
시간은 또 금세 흘러 기대품을
And we're back on Champion Spring. Lyra getting the MVP for his Nidalee play. Wow, 100% kill contribution. Pretty good. And on top of all that, really just a good job of pushing lanes early on, putting pressure across the map, and getting early ganks. Jin just really didn't do much of anything that game, did they?
Well, they were trying to scale, but I mean, basically because of their limited engage, if they didn't actually control the dragon and their lack of tankiness, then they couldn't force Africa to fight them in a position where they would be kiting. And they also just, again, the lack of coordination. I don't even know why. It looked like that was a highly split call between whether they were going to try and just steal that dragon and run away, or whether they were engaging. Trace getting there late compared to Iksu. Nothing really working out for them. So,
Pretty much.
Jin, I think they need to go back to the drawing board, play with a strong front line, and play with a team fighting composition instead of attempting these shenanigans, which I don't think suit them very well. I called into question the Corki. I mean, I don't even understand why they would first pick GP.
I mean, like you said, they seem to just want to play a really long game and scale, but they just kind of got pushed all the way across the map, lost all the objectives, and then couldn't fight.
Iksu's played some GP this season, but he's only played 3 games. It's not like it's been a super high priority pick for the Africa Freaks. And Mickey has played 0 games in Gangplank.
I don't know, man. It is a mystery, but one that may be solved by the end of the season. If it's not, I suppose we won't see Jin do very well, but we can hold out hope.
I mean, and if Africa wins here today, we're looking at evidence that says that they can beat KT, Samsung, SKT, and Jin all in best of 3s. And that means that they actually might be a top 3 team in Korea, which is weird.
Which is
to think
mind-blowing,
about.
but considering where these guys started this season. You know, and then sometimes you watch Mickey just deliver himself to the enemy team. And you're like, well,
It's a handicap.
These guys win games. That's right. It's a Mickey effect. They don't want to win too hard. Azir ban for our first ban of game number 2.
It actually didn't even stop them from winning at exactly the same amount of time they would have won with him. Good dive.
It's kind of hilarious. The Nidalee banned out against Africa. They don't want Lyra to take that one again.
Well, see, the problem is you now Basically, Africa, how you used to beat them was by shutting down Mickey's picks like Zed and TF because they couldn't play without them. But now we live in a world where Africa on red side can get Corki, Nidalee, Poppy, and Sivir in the same draft if you don't take away those power picks in the ban phase. So that's very worrisome. I don't think you can actually ban Zed or TF against Africa any longer. I think you sort of just have to let them have it and see if you can take away some of those power picks instead, because now they've actually become competent at playing the power picks.
Yeah. Snare thinking about that last red side ban. Is it going to be the Poppy maybe, or is it going to be Corki? Got some options. Poppy. Okay. So what'll the first pick be now? They could take the Corki again.
The Zed is up, but it will be less of a threat when Jin Air is going to force them to blind pick it.
Yeah, blue side it seems a lot riskier.
I mean, Africa's done it. Don't think they won't do it, though. They're crazy.
I know, I know. You know, interestingly enough, Maokai fell all the way through picks and bans last game. And
yeah, very powerful right now. And Gragas did too, but that's only because of the Nidalee. And the fact that they could get both Nidalee and Poppy, which is preferable to flexing that Gragas if you can actually
There's
snap both those up. But they are actually just going to prioritize it as a first pick in this game.
It is pretty
No
strong
Trundle
right now.
ban.
Well, maybe they could just try to take Trundle on the second rotation.
Well, they should. That is what they should do, for sure, if it's not going to be taken by Jin Air. Of course, we've seen some more Rise recently, but there's another champion that fell all the way through the draft in game number 1. See if Jin Air wants to adjust their strategies. I think you take Sivir and Corki.
Well, thinking about the Sivir.
Or Sivir and Trundle. That's fine, too.
Yeah. They had the Sivir last game, of course. What's it going to be? Or, I'm sorry, Africa had the Sivir last game.
Yep.
Obviously. And Sivir Corki. Okay. Expecting that Corki to get locked in. Yep. It is. So, picks back over to the Africa Freak side. So what do you do? Maybe like Trundle Lucian or something here?
Could easily do Trundle Lucian. Wouldn't be showing much. You have pretty strong lane. Sivir can't stop the effect of the Trundle Pillar with her spell shield, so it's some more reliable forms of crowd control. Lyra could go back to the Graves, which has been his backup jungler when he can't get Nidalee, which is true in pretty much every game. But Lyra's been great at the Graves.
Huh, they might grab the Nautilus instead of the Trundle for support. Will be Graves, and are they going to lock in the Nautilus? Let's see. No, they're going to go with Braum. Okay.
I think you see the Corki Sivir, and you just take the Braum to eliminate some of the poke that's going to come through from the rockets and the boomerang blade.
Sure. Makes sense. So Jin Air, they could use some engage, couldn't they? I mean, I guess they've got the Sivir ult, but that's not. Yeah, they need more hard engage. The Trundle is kind of what you'd expect, but
They should definitely take the Trundle here. Obviously, that's not going to be as good of engage as if they had taken the Alistair or something of this sort, so you have to make a decision here. You can absolutely play a kiting composition still. You don't have to have the engage, but they need to play it better than they did in the last game and try and control that dragon.
think it'd be possible to get away with the top Trundle and take
You
the
play
Alistar on
Gragas.
support?
You could play Gragas here too. You could play top Trundle here and play Alistair, but I think that okay, they could go for the Elise. I think that just grabbing the Gragas so you have reliable late game engage is a little bit preferable, and also still the ability to kite out with the explosive cask.
And a little bit of Cloud Templar trolling before they lock their picks in. Probably won't see the Kindred because we've already got a Graves. Unless they want to make it like AD Kindred or something, but that'd be kind of surprising. There we go.
It's happened before,
Lucian said.
so Lucian is almost certainly going to be the pick for AD carry. The question mark, however, how confident is Africa feeling in taking Zed? Now, Yasuo is not bad here, but blind picking the Yasuo might be a bridge too far. Against a poke composition, that Yasuo can be useful. It was not useful the last time the Africa Freaks played it.
Varus is really strong right now, too. They could just take that.
Very low magic damage in this composition, however, which they may be able to... They may run into some problems with, especially if that comes through.
I was going to say, if they just grab the Rammus, that does solve a lot of problems.
They should definitely play the Rammus here.
That makes sense. I mean, when you're going up against all that AD on the enemy team, Rammus gets pretty obscenely tanky. And for a team that wants to play in the late game, getting the Rammus against that team probably seems like the way to go for Jin Air.
I think you definitely take the Rammus here. The problem is that Jin Air has not been coordinating well around teleport flanks, and they absolutely must engage properly with the Rammus, or they're not ever going to get enough damage onto the back line to kill it.
Yeah.
So there is a bit of a concern about that, just from their play recently.
Whoa, I was going to say.
No, it's going to be the Rammus.
Rammus should be what it is. Have there been any rumors of Nasus lately? Have you heard that?
Kabashard has been played a game of Nasus in the EU LCS for Vitality, but that was more of a pushing strat, and I think it was a very interesting counter pick to a Rammus, actually.
All right.
But they did not win that game, but not for that reason.
I see. Well, it'll be the Rammus this time for Jin Air, and against all that AD, it should be pretty effective, but you know, again, it's if you get to the late game. If Rammus gets the chance to get tanky, I mean, the last game, Africa Freaks just put so much pressure on and pushed so fast across the map that Jin Air never got to that late game.
And the scary thing, too, though, is in this game is that they're going to have a winning dual lane in a 2v2. So
yeah.
They were managing to apply pressure even with kind of a lesser lane. But now that they have the Lucian and the Braum, they're going to be able to apply that pressure even harder.
Well, if game one was any indication, it really seems like the Africa Freaks came into this with a good knowledge of what it takes to beat Jin Air's current quote-unquote style. Worked well for them in game one. We'll see if they can make it work in game two. A 2-0 for Jin Air would be huge for the Africa Freaks. We already talked about the implications, but it's big.
That would also allow SKT to possibly move up to third place later tonight.
That's right. See if they can do it. Game number 2. Can the Africa Freaks close it out? Let's find out.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
All right, here we go again. Welcome to Summoner's Rift and Jin Air. Jin Air Green Wings in a little bit of trouble. Down a game to the Africa Freaks at a time when they really can't afford to lose too many. Obviously, Jin Air is still in good shape to make the playoffs, but if they keep playing like the way they did in game number 1, they're not going to make it very far.
No, they're not. And they've had a weaker second half of the season, that's for sure. They started out on a pretty high note, beating SK Telecom with a top lane Graves in a couple of games, and season was going well for them, but now we're in a situation where they're kind of fighting for a top playoff seed at the current time. If they lose tonight, they go down to 10-6, 2 more matches to play in the season.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Why is it only Christmas Maokai lately that the Korean players have been playing?
Because Maokai isn't available yet.
I guess that's part of it, but still, it's not anywhere close to Christmas.
I mean, Koreans, I guess, really love Christmas.
Well, that's true, but generally they only love it on the 25th of December when it happens. All right, they love it for like most of November and December, but
I don't know. I hear a lot of
not
Christmas
March.
carols around Korea.
Like this time of year?
Not this time of year, though.
I was going to say, yeah. A couple months at the end of the year, that's fine. Play Christmas Maokai all you want. Right now, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
I'm a bit confused why Kuzan has exhaust in this game. It's not like there's an all-in mid laner that's really going to be heavily abusing him. And
I mean, just for it's got to be for Lucian. Che finds Ixu doing some damage there.
he's going to get uncomfortably close to some of these carries in the late game to put that exhaust down. Probably for the Graves, most likely. But there may have been a better...
Oh, did Snowflower get it? He got it! Snowflower gets the red buff, Wow, how did that happen? Oh boy. Trace turned to auto-attack Snowflower a couple times, and I think Snowflower was like, all right, well, just walk up and take the red buff, I guess.
All right, Shay. Pressure's on, baby.
Oh, Smite is better than auto-attack. What do you know?
Well, Wing didn't actually have Smite right there.
Yeah.
But you still should be able to use your Execute on your Venomous Bite in Spider form to take that out. But he was only level 1, so tough times.
So Snowflower just gets the red buff, I guess. Not bad. That's just annoying. Here comes Trace.
He's
Down
back.
to split push.
It actually doesn't matter that much that red buff is taken.
No.
It's kind of annoying, and it will set you back in experience in the jungle. But it's not that big of an advantage because of the lane swap.
Yeah, he's not going to be fighting anybody with it, so no big deal. Just a regular old lane swap.
It's just annoying.
Yep. That's right. He'll have a heart-to-heart with the drop.
It'll also give Lyra a nice small XP and farm lead, which will be valuable just powering up in the late game on Graves, where Graves is going to have a much bigger effect on these team fights than the Elise will.
Yeah, that is true. And Lyra seems to be very good with taking those edges and really kind of pushing them to the limit.
I like this Scarab skin that Rammus has.
It is cool, isn't it? I'm not sure if the thing that sticks on the bottom is his chin or like part of his face. Like it's like kind of a bug sort of thing, you know? Either way, it looks cool.
Rammus needs some dung to push around.
Well, I mean, if it gets to the late game against Africa Freaks, maybe they'll be his dung to push around the map.
Maybe they will be. Rammus will make you his dung.
He wants to make you his dung and push you. Push it real good. Thanks for that mental image, Riot Games.
Uh-oh.
Mickey could be in trouble. There's the exhaust. I don't think Varus is getting out of this one. Lyra comes over the wall, though. Teleport coming in. This is getting turned around. Lyra flashes ahead, and First Blood goes to Snowflower. Walks up and takes it, but the fight's not done yet.
Trace,
now
you don't wanna
Trace
fight that.
locked up. Yep, he definitely doesn't. They ask, do you want to die? And he says, okay.
Wow, Trace actually showed up there, surprisingly enough. And it gets even worse for Africa. Or for
Jin Air.
For Jin Air, yeah. Songyun's staying in the bottom lane, too.
Yeah.
We'll see how fast he can take these turrets. Looks like the tempo's going to be about the same. Che comes back up into the top side, but people piling down. The jungler now going to be there, so they're going to have a tempo advantage. Also, Ixu is there. Everybody just going down. So now they're in a real situation where they could actually lose 2 towers. 2.
Right.
Oh, bad. Bad times. I mean, they used the exhaust mighty early, and Lyra was just there lurking above. And the minion wave actually prevented Wing from landing a cocoon. So they couldn't actually get the follow-up stun. Oh no, Africa, you should just go for another turret.
No, take the dragon.
No, they
Dragon
did not do
beckons
this.
You are the Dovahkiin. Well, Trace might be able to.
So
be
there's
annoying.
2 ways you can play this in this situation. There's this school of thought where you go for the dragon, take the dragon uncontested, take that objective along with the turret, then you swap into the top side and you get there fast enough that you're going to be able to take the Rift Herald, and then you play your next push around the Rift Herald with an empowered push on the tier 2. Or you just go for the tier 2 right now and then take the dragon afterwards.
Right.
Personally, I like that. Let's take a look at this again. So Wing's going to come in, and he cocoons Lyra, actually, but Lyra flashing forward with that Q. Snowflower already collapsing for the bottom side. Ixu there just to zone everybody out, and Trace and Che make a big mistake trying to continue fighting that. They just don't have the damage anymore to actually kill anyone.
Yeah, there's just not much defense in the ball curl yet.
But yeah, I think the main issue there was the exhaust was dropped very early, and because Mickey was able to shield himself with the minion wave, it forced Wing to sort of cocoon Lyra instead. But Lyra with the decisive flash Q play to get the damage down. And Lyra's just been great on Graves this season. He absolutely wrecked SK Telecom the first time Africa hit them on that champion. Played around the ganks and the team fights and choke points, making sure he would maximize that amount of damage.
Yep.
So big problems now because they're not going to be able to punish Mickey for picking up that tier or scaling now that they're behind in the mid lane.
Well, it's kind of similar to what we saw last game in that the Afrika Freaks just have been able to get the edge, and now they can just kind of push Jin back across the map and try to avoid the late game.
So they're actually not going for the Rift Herald. They're going to try and contest this red buff, but they're not going to be there in time. Ooh, that was actually way too close. Lyra's there half a second earlier, and he gets an auto that kills that red buff. But in any case, yeah, they need to back. This is a little bit sloppy. Africa should have just tried to go immediately for the Rift Herald and then tried to push with that wave in the top side. Instead, they're delaying it just a little bit, so not taking as much of an advantage as they could. But they still have a healthy lead here at 8 minutes.
A collapse attempt from Jin and that actually forced Africa off. There's the turret coming down. Lyra backing away. Che actually in a lot of trouble here. Kuzan getting a good angle on the side to go after Lyra, but now he needs to run out. Mickey looking for the Q. That's an easy one to hit. Well, the Braum passive helping Mickey pick up an easy kill, and somehow, some way, in the end, Africa comes out on top of that fight too.
Wow, Lyra just barely lived through the ignite from Che. Had his potion ticking to save his life, but that was very close to a 1-for-1. But since they don't get it, Kuzan overstays trying to get that kill. So let's take a look at this. Nice pillar to start off this little fight. Trace is running around after Ixu right here as we see him try to stop the TP from coming in. So Ixu does a great job of stopping that. He's walking through the jungle right now, as you see on the mini-map. So Trace had his TP available. That's why Jin wanted to make that play, but Ixu just chases him around, and there was no safe place for Trace to go to get the teleport off because there wasn't a turret anywhere close to him. Those would already been taken out in the lane swap. But good job by Ixu to deny it.
I thought Che was totally dead during that fight too. He laid down the pillar and then he got blown up. It seems like, does it seem like there's kind of some desperation coming out of Jin already this game?
They look not good.
Yeah.
And yes, I think you're right. There's no need to be desperate either because Jin has the better late game with this Rammus against what Africa is running. All they need is a bunch of armor on this Rammus and his ability to powerball TP flank, and they will be good.
Right.
They have a lot of engage. They can pick off the major damage dealers from Africa, and they'll be able to have just that higher level of survivability. So there's absolutely no reason to get desperate right now.
Well, Snowflower's been great this game too. Doing what he needs to do on Braum, getting kills, stealing red buffs.
In the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
He's in the mid lane at the right time. He's around that Rift Herald at the right time.
Totally. So the Freaks puts pressure on the bot lane, drag it up in about 1:40, so they can start to get ready for that. Mickey just farming in the mid lane.
Asveris is going to get uncomfortably powerful too quickly. He was able to get kills with just a tier.
Yep, oh, Che caught out. They're going to flash ahead for this one. I don't know if that was worth the flash from Snowflower.
Snowflower autoed the ward.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of the Trundle, so didn't actually start stacking that up. So Snowflower misplays, uses his flash for nothing. Che gets out without even having his flash available.
It's surprising. But I don't know if they can stop the siege, though. There's just so much damage. That turret's going to fall down pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, Sivir in the bottom lane, too. Just a major form of wave clear. Trace using his ultimate just to push that wave forward, get some more CS, but they are definitely losing this mid tower.
Oh, yeah. Yep, there it goes. Right before Dragon comes up. Only about 40 seconds left. Trace trying to split push on this Rammus up at top, but we're going to need him to come down to help out with the Dragon at some point, it seems like.
Jin decided to forego defending the mid lane to try and make an attempt on this Dragon. So they said, okay, well, we've got these side minion waves pushing. Everybody's in the mid lane from Africa right now. But we know the Dragon's going to be coming up in under a minute, so let's just push these waves out. Then we can attempt to take an uncontested Dragon here and at least stop the Dragon stacking, which they're hoping is going to prolong this game.
That's the idea.
They should absolutely go for this Dragon right now. They have the side wave control. Okay. Well, I guess they just want to lose.
All right. The verdict has been handed down. I guess they just want to lose.
You have the map control. You have to make those plays. You have to stop Africa from having their way with you.
But dude, the Grump. It needs killing. Now you know why things are the way they are in this world. Just got to get the Grom. Shay's like, yep, they're taking the dragon. I thought so.
They gave them so much time to push that lane all the way back out in the bottom side to take the free dragon.
Well, that means about a 3K gold lead now for the Afrika Freaks. Not because of the dragon, but just because of everything that's been going on. Trace farming up in top lane, but he's still behind Ixu.
They had a lot of money that they hadn't spent from those lanes, but still, that is. I'm a little bit shocked that happened.
I mean, this is great for Afrika Freaks, though, because they know one of Janair's kind of only win conditions is to just get those dragons in a really long game. So by getting the first 2 already, it's going to be nearly impossible, well, pretty much impossible for Janair to get 5 dragons.
Perhaps the sole bright spot, though, even if they are not able to deny those dragons, is that at least Trace doesn't need the highest amount of time to power up in this game because he only has to buy one kind of item for team fights, and that's armor items.
I suppose.
So he's not actually, by the time he gets 2 to 3 core items, he's going to be very difficult for Janair to deal with, or for Africa to deal with. And that means that at least they can team fight before the 5th dragon stack occurs, most likely.
Duel up in top lane. Rammus versus Maokai.
All right, Ixu, we saw this yesterday with the Rod of Ages, and that's going to help balance out that damage. I know you guys were talking about that last
He's doing
night.
quite a bit. Here comes Wing, though. Ixu needs to be careful. Can he get caught up? They're going to turn it right around onto the Maokai. Twisted Advance goes in. Trace so low, he flashes. Ixu flashes for the kill. He may trade 1 for 1, but
Tree punch.
he's got to feel good. Yeah, he tree punched him to death.
That didn't go exactly as planned. And Trace has built Thornmail first.
Huh.
I think you go Sunfire Cape so you have more lane pressure. That's
Yeah.
just me. Thornmail is going to do absolutely nothing in a lane against a Maokai. So I guess Trace is just committing to team fighting right now.
I guess so. Oh, Severalt used. They're going to go in on this 4v4. Teleport used. Trace actually back already. Gets caught up with the Chains of Corruption immediately, though. Wing coming from behind onto Songyun. Songyun gets over the wall and flashes. Pops the
my.
culling. What a turnaround from the Afrika Freaks. Lyra exhausted. Flashes, gets the double kill. Mickey actually picks that one up, but man, what a team fight from the Afrika Freaks. That was beautiful.
I guess I was right about Trace wanting to team fight immediately.
You meant really immediately.
I meant really immediately. Well, he's not going to be in lane against the Maokai with his build, so that's really his only option. But they still only trade 2 for 1 right there.
Watch
so
Songyun in this fight.
Watch Lyra in this fight. I mean, first off, great Chain of Corruption. It forces Janair to back off so they can focus down Trace and choke. Songyun going to get the flash out, but watch Lyra right here. Dashes over the wall, continues to put down the damage, forces the exhaust use, flashes again for another end of the line. But his collateral damage in that fight absolutely wrecked Janair.
Yeah, well, speaking of people getting wrecked, Ixu getting a little bit wrecked here. Snowflower coming in to block some of that damage. He's trying to save the trees. Uh-oh. Oh, the tree's stuck. The tree is stuck in other trees. And now Ixu.
Tree traitors.
I know. Those trees, they didn't protect their own kind, man. They just held him there while he died. Tree traitors.
Tree traitors are the worst.
Not one of us anymore. Well, it looked like Ixu was going to get away, but then a good pillar came in from Che and got the kill for Janair. They're still behind, though.
Yes, they are. Not by an insignificant amount either.
Nope.
And Africa gonna start to hit some dangerous power spikes soon. When Muramana's done for Mickey, they will be at the peak of their powers, and they don't even have to care really. They can actually just keep split pushing against this Rammus as long as the Maokai's coming in. TPs are about equal for both of our top laners, obviously, and it's not really a way for Trace to trade into the Maokai, but right now Ixu doesn't have the wards to keep on moving forward.
Well, that's the thing, really, is that the Afrika Freaks have just done a good job of getting vision on their opponent's side of the map, keeping that pressure on.
They also found a way that Mickey is not going to get picked off. He doesn't have any movement abilities or teleport.
That's true. He can only flash this game to get himself closer to the enemy team. Otherwise, he has to walk.
Playing a bit more cautiously. Interestingly, Mickey's only played one game of Varus this season.
Well, doing okay so far, but here comes Jin Air. They want the fight. Lyra a little bit low on the outside, but Songyun pushing Che back there. They're going to get the kill onto Lyra. And Jin Air able to make that one work.
Well, Doa, they're playing to their win condition. The way that Rammus is itemized means that they have to fight as often as possible. They get a good pick right there, take out Lyra, and they don't lose anything for it. In fact, they can just go back to farming. And they made the pick at a very interesting time, one that Africa would not have expected, which is when it looked like they were trying to freeze both of their side lanes rather deep.
Yeah.
So, didn't really anticipate them coming out into the river, but Africa's vision has been quite poor.
Winged caught out anyway. There's a Braum ultimate use. He's not going to make it. And right before the dragon comes up too, Africa Freaks can just back off and take that one. Che chunked out by Mickey at the same time. So despite that pick for Jin Air, Africa Freaks responding right away with a pick of their own and probably a dragon. Yep, ping's going down, so they should be able to get dragon number 3.
Well, it's going all kinds of wrong for Jin Air tonight.
It certainly is. Going all kinds of right, though, for the Africa Freaks.
Yes, they've been on point. Last game, their rotations, the pressure they placed on the turret, using these ranged junglers to start to build up a tower lead.
You're late, Rammus.
Is he?
Oh. Yep. Oh. Wow.
Didn't want to go in for that last auto attack. Lyra was there just in case, because he could just pop over the wall with a quick draw.
Well, Jin Air has a moment anyway to push up these lanes while everybody on the Freaks goes back and buys. Mauve Malmortius finished now for Mickey.
QSS finished for Songyun. Second item QSS. That is their commitment to not getting picked off by Trace. And that really is the win condition here for Africa. Certainly Trace will hit a point in the game where he's going to be very powerful once he gets this Sunfire Cape, but once all of the AD carries from Africa get QSS, there's not much he can do to threaten the back line any longer.
Yep.
Because he will just get crowd controlled, probably by a chain of corruption.
Mickey's looked pretty good. Here comes the Baron. Are the Africa Freaks actually going to go for this right away? No, just walking past. I was wondering. That would have been crazy.
Not a lot of damage, but not quite there yet. And it's not worth taking that risk either. Rockets and ricochets in the Baron pit are not something you want to deal with right at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think generally
that
you want to play it
hurts
safe.
pretty bad.
I've heard it does.
What, you've never been rocketed or ricocheted in a Baron pit before?
Nope.
Well,
No,
don't.
never happened.
It'll probably kill you.
I'd imagine. Sounds terrifying. Well, I only take the Barons at the safest of times, of course.
And the siege continues.
Yeah, Trace coming up for the fight, though. Teleporting in behind the Africa Freaks. They're going to have to back away. Where's the Several? Do you think it's going to be used soon? There's Trace. Goes in for the Powerball right onto Songyun immediately. Gets knocked up. Ixu trying to get the back lines for the disengage. Africa Freaks backing away, trying to kite as best they can. They're low, but they get the kill. Or Ixu, rather, gets killed. Kuzan very, very low, though, and Africa Freaks look like they still may have the pressure here, despite being down 4-5. You're doing just so much damage.
They can't push this too far forward, though. They have to be cautious about Trace coming back in with another Powerball as he returns to base. They couldn't actually finalize any of those kills. And I have to give it to Kuzan. That exhaust is actually doing a lot of work on this Graves in the game. So they did take it, at least for the Graves in the team fights. And it's prevented Lyra from doing a lot of that damage because he has to get in close proximity to Corki to make the best use of his kit.
It's true. Looks like they might lose their mid lane turret now. Jin Air able to take this one. Yep, they barely don't get it. Wow, okay. Lyra gets blown up. But the mid turret stays alive for the moment anyway.
To have Ixu there with the TP, so it's risky for Jin Air to try another push.
Right.
Songyun does not have the culling, so he can't actually clear this wave.
Snowflower just blocking some damage with the shield. Here comes Trace. Ixu out in front. He needs to be careful here. Oh, packaging away. The turret still lives.
Really clutch defense. That was very close to giving Jin Air a window back into this game. But to Jin Air's credit, they just keep on fighting. And that's what they should do. It's just every time that TP is off cooldown, you have to take another fight. You've got the power spike now for Sivir with the Essence Reaver and the Static Shiv. That's where you can start to get some of those Static Shiv and crit ricochets rolling in these team fights. They have the Trinity Force on the Corki, and no one has enough armor penetration or QSSs to completely defend against the Rems. So probably not going to get much better than it is right now for Jin Air. Got to keep fighting. Maokai too. We saw some of his vulnerabilities in the last team fight with that Rod of Ages. He's got a lot of HP, but he doesn't have a whole lot of resists yet when it comes to armor or MR, though he's working up now towards that Frozen Heart. And there's the next QSS down for Mickey. He was the one who was snagged in the taunt in the last fight. So there's one fewer target.
They don't want that.
For Trace.
In the meantime, looks like it's just kind of lane clearing wars for the moment anyway. Another minute until Dragon comes up, and so that might be where we see our next fight.
Africa would be foolish to commit to anything right now when they can just fight around that Dragon. Frozen Heart now completed for Ixu. There's a major purchase. Yeah, done for him.
Trace coming from behind. Looks like they might try the same play again.
They just need to keep fighting.
Well, he's turning now. No?
No, he's setting up for this. They
Thinking
need to keep fighting.
Throwing some wards down. There might lose that turret. There we go. The engage comes in. Chains of Corruptions immediately in response onto Che. So the engage doesn't follow through for the Jin Air Greenwings. Trace comes in anyway. Jumps onto Mickey. Mickey cleansing that one right away. Gets out with the QSS. Culling Hughes. Doesn't connect with a whole lot of people over the course of it though. Songin doing some damage. Trace starting to be very, very tanky here.
Trace didn't realize he had QSS. Otherwise, I doubt he would have picked that target. Allows him. It's too easy just for the rest of the Africa Freaks, if they don't have a taunted target, to simply kite out of that situation. Also, I like the early Chain of Corruption used by Mickey to prevent Jin Air from engaging with the Sivir ult.
Yep. Just a good
messed
response.
up Rammus's timing a little bit.
Now the battle over the Dragon, and the Africa Freaks a little bit lower across the board on health.
But here's the thing. No one died on Jin Air as a result of that engage, and they didn't use very much either, but now QSS is down, and the Chain of Corruption is down, and the Braum ult, and the Graves ult.
Uh-oh, Braum gets caught by the Cocoon. Gets out though. Teleport coming in for Ixu.
So Jin Air actually has an ultimate advantage at the moment, and now Trace does have another target in Mickey to select, so Mickey has to be really careful here.
Yep, that is true.
Trace has TP also, but Trace, where's he going?
Jin Air's in an awkward spot right now. Trace is running right up the middle though. Yeah, Dragon loads Sivir ult used. They might try to engage Chains of Corruptions in response again. Exhaust and Ixu, but Kuzan still goes down anyway. Dragon resets for the moment. Africa Freaks with the 5v4. They're a little bit low health. Culling used. Pilot load. There's the double kill coming in for Mickey. And the Africa Freaks winning this fight. Kuzan fell so early in that one. And just the response by Mickey, as soon as he hears that Sivir ult go off, firing the Chains of Corruption in. Africa Freaks are looking really good in these team fights.
Trace also taunted Songyun, who just QSS'd it in that fight.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at this one again. So it looks like they're getting low. Obviously the poke there pretty huge. Snowfall are going to block a lot of it with his shield, but Kuzan mispositions. Definitely a mistake right there as Ixu's able to get in and they're able to blow him up. Songyun will QSS off the taunt that Trace has right here, and then Ixu's able just to clean up a lot of this with the help from Mickey's poke. And after that initial engage stalls out, there's nothing more they can do. Good kiting from Africa, and now they're sitting here on 4 dragons. 32 minutes will be the timer for the attempted dragon number 5. And now we see the last whisper coming in for Mickey. So it's going to be tough. It's definitely going to be tough. And if you're Africa right now, that's all you have to do is just wait as long as you can. Continue to stack up items. Get some more armor penetration. Get a QSS maybe onto Lyra or Asterix Gauge, even though he's not going for either of those. At least not yet.
Well.
I have faith.
Yeah, I mean, at 4 dragon stacks, they're probably just going to chill out, take it easy until the next dragon. Keep the lanes pushed. Why not?
There's no reason for them to take any risks right now. And Jin Air, they've got to find a pick. They're going to try and get one here.
Songyun, uh-oh. Trace coming in. There's one dash. Songyun trying to get behind the minions. There's the ball girl. There's the ult from Trace. Pilot coming down. Yeah, Songyun's just dead. Bye. Well, nice pick by Jin Air.
Didn't have vision in that tri-brush.
Nope. No, he
Thought
didn't.
he was safe. Was in fact not safe at all.
It's not a good place to recall.
Can Jin Air turn this into something more? Though? A kill is nice, but there's no immediate objective for them to take. They can't transition immediately into a Baron or anything like this with their current deficit, and also the fact that they were making a gank onto the bottom side of the map. So unless they set that up in a way where the Rammus could immediately teleport, it's not going to happen.
Mickey just taking some of the small raptors because he can. About 2,000 gold ahead of Kuzan this game. And he's been playing really well, 5-0-2. And you mentioned earlier we haven't seen Mickey play Varus a lot, but
One game before this.
right, it's a strong pick though right now. Mickey seems to be doing really well on it.
I think it's a strong pick for certain teams and certain play styles. Like I don't think it's a strong pick for the way the Rocks Tigers are playing this season compared to the way they played last season when it was a really strong pick for them. It just depends on how mobile your mid laner is and how fast your mid laner is going to respond to the other lanes. Because if you're like the Rocks Tigers and Kuro is super fast on the collapse, then you may want to go for more mobile champions, which is why they placed a priority on picks like LeBlanc in the mid lane. And Rocks, before they played yesterday against KT, had been banning a lot of Azir not playing. Or not Azir, Varus.
Makes sense. So the wait for the next dragon continues. Nobody really incentivized to push anything too hard. I mean, Jin Air can kind of look for these picks, but just kind of waiting.
Phantom Dancer on Graves. Sure
Okay.
about that one. That's a little weird. I think that you should probably just go ahead and get Asterix so you have better survivability. If you get taunted out and focus fired by the Rammus, but okie dokie.
I mean, I guess the idea is if you can't kill Rammus, you might as well just build damage to blow up their carries, and then Rammus just can't do anything.
Yeah, but you're going to get exhausted. I think Sterix is better because I think the logic here, because Kuzan has been so reliably using exhaust on Delira, is that if you have Sterix, you're more likely to live long enough to not be exhausted anymore.
True.
Not a fan of the Phantom Dancer on the Jungle Graves.
Well, the top laner's not really able to do much to each other. It looks like they're going to try to. Okay. I was wondering if they were going to maybe try to collapse onto Trace, but Shay was pretty close by.
No, it all has to be about the setup right now. Africa needs to get the vision on the Baron to make sure that there isn't a counter Baron play come the next dragon.
They've got vision on
need to-
everything right now.
Yeah, they need to advance their wards a little bit deeper, hopefully, into the enemy jungle. And they should probably be thinking about their last recall right now so they can make their final minion wave pushes
Yep.
before going for the dragon. Kuzan is staying for a really long time. Yeah, he's going to recall out of that top side. He doesn't want to be caught the top side when this dragon fight goes down. That is not his place to be.
Makes sense.
GA
Just-
now done for Ixu.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not going to die.
That's tanky. Even if he does die, he'll come back and have to die again.
Well, that would be true in League of Legends, whether or not he had a GA.
It's true. I suppose. So Jin Air with the angle onto the dragon pit for the moment anyway. See if they can hold on to it. Both teams just pushing this mid lane to take the pressure off of the turrets. Here come the Afrika Freaks. Going for their 5th dragon. They could
Oh,
win the
that's a
game with this
really good poke on Delira.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage onto that Graves. And that's something that the Afrika Freaks need to be very worried about.
Oh, that's really bad. Okay, Lyra does have a smite, so he can get some of his HP back off of the Brambleback. That's what he's going to do, just smite up and heal from that. But that also means that his smite is down for 15 seconds. Freaks should be able to buy enough time.
They're
That
trying.
to make the
Dragon
biggest
being
difference.
taken.
It's just going to be poke wars here. Who
Yep.
can poke better?
And TP coming from behind. Trace is going to go for that flank with Rammus again. Jumps right onto Snowflower, though. Zhongyun backing off. Ixu very, very low. Trace taking a ton of damage in the end, though. Dragon resetting, getting a lot of its health back, and Jin Air kind of on the run now. Afrika turns to the Dragon. This is dangerous. They're going for it, though. Dragon taken. 5 dragons for the Afrika Freaks.
Mickey.
Can they win the fight? I think they can with that. Mickey doing work on that Varus. Gets a double kill already. Nearly picks up a triple, but that arrow just doesn't quite reach. And now the Afrika Freaks in a position with the 3 kills in that fight to take at least an inhibitor here.
Yeah, they're going to keep on rolling through right now. They could actually just take a tier 2 and then turn on to the Baron if they want. They have so many options, but they can also just inhib then Baron.
Looks like they want to go for the inhibitor first.
Yeah, they're going to clear through these turrets so quickly with the double damage from to the turrets on the...
Are they going to try to end? I don't know.
That would be, I think, overly ambitious.
Well, they were thinking about it, but nope. They're going to be just
No,
regular ambitious.
They should go back and
Yeah.
recall right now, take all their money, or they could try and go for the Dragon. So Ixu gets poked out of this fight, but he ties up Trace very early on. Trace also gets hit by the Braum stun. But watch what Mickey's going to do in this fight. So great shotgun. Look how coordinated Afrika are. They turn onto the Dragon to take it. That's their priority. They take the 5th Dragon. Now watch what Mickey's going to do. He's going to flash with his channel piercing arrow and just go ahead and pick up that kill.
Wow.
So getting right into the fight, still at full HP, confident in his
Oh, the Freaks get Baron, too.
maw. His maw to basically sustain him through that fight.
Yeah.
It's really nice work. So Afrika looking highly coordinated. They transitioned their calls in the middle of that fight nearly perfectly onto the Dragon and then switched back into team fighting mode. Despite Ixu eating all that damage early, they peeled the Rammus very well.
Well, a bunch of Jin Air players waiting up there in the brush, but Afrika Freaks on the other side of the map right now.
They gotta try it. This is desperate, but they gotta go for it. They gotta do this.
Well, Ixu may give his life in favor of a turret. We'll see how it works out. It's going to take a little while to kill, but definitely going to get him. Meanwhile, the Afrika Freaks saying, all right, 3 people up there. We're going to just bulldoze our way down bot lane.
Good call, though, from Jin Air.
Well, do you think it's worth it? They're going to lose this turret.
Well, they would have lost that turret anyway, let's be real. So at least they got a kill, and now, because they can just recall, Afrika is not going to get another inhibitor. So yes, definitely worthwhile from Jin Air to set that up. That stalls out a huge amount of this Baron buff and also the inhib respawn timer.
Yeah, long time until the minion wave catches up in bot lane.
So basically what Jin Air did there is they bought themselves what is probably another 5th Dragon fight. So they got one more chance, as unlikely as it is, to attempt to win this game.
They're so far behind, though, it seems like the fights are just going to go Afrika's way. I mean, they've tried to flank over and over again with this Rammus, and it just hasn't been working out.
It's been a tough one.
It certainly has. Zhongyun gets hit with the cocoon, but no follow-up from Jin Air.
So Aspect of the Dragon is off now, so they don't have that extra little bit of poke damage that gives you.
Yeah. Just the Baron buff for the moment. Only the Baron buff.
Afrika playing more confidently right now that Ixu's back up. They can always TP in. They need that assistance, and they're going to need it.
Yeah, Trace coming in from behind. There's a teleport from Ixu again. Going right onto Lyra right away. Zhongyun backs off, has the culling. Mickey in great position again. They just cannot do anything to the Afrika Freaks. The response to these Rammus flanks have just been perfect. There's nothing that Jin Air can do to win this game. Looks like this one is pretty much over as the Freaks bulldoze their way into the base.
Really good team fighting from the Freaks this game.
Yep, very, very good. Just knew exactly what Jin Air was trying to do, countered it very, very well. And now they're taking the Nexus turrets. First one falls, they've got that super minion wave. Che, the rest of Jin Air, trying to stop it, but they just can't do it, man. Kuzan too low, and even though the Afrika Freaks are losing a lot of health, they look okay for the moment anyway. It's close. Pilot comes back, gets jumped on immediately though, and that's going to be it. Focus the Nexus. They should be able to end it, but they're not. And actually, Afrika Freaks, this is getting a little bit messy towards the end, but
Kill
the
the
Nexus should
Nexus.
fall. There we go. All right. That took a little bit longer than it needed to, but the Afrika Freaks get the 2-0 over Jin Air in the end, and that is huge for them. Afrika Freaks have been winning against everybody lately.
Yeah. There's no other way to say it. They have now beaten the 2nd through 4th place teams in at least one best of 3 this season.
Yeah.
And that's absolutely huge for them. And even in their 2nd best of 3 against SK Telecom in the 2nd round robin, they still made that close. They won game 1, and we were like, oh, wow, are they going to beat them again? Are they going to actually win another best of 3 against SKT? SKT rallied back, but man, you have to take the Afrika Freaks extremely seriously right now. With the way they are currently playing, they are entering the conversation for a top 4 team here in Korea.
Well, it's crazy to see because they have such a different style from everybody else. You know, they're very coordinated with their decisions, but they're also very scrappy too, you know?
Yeah, they play pick comps really well. They play
Yeah.
split push very well. I would say this last game was more encouraging for their team fighting. I think that perhaps their one weakness right now is sometimes in these 5v5 team fights, Mickey doesn't do what a mid laner should do.
Or sometimes he just packages right into the enemy team with no vision.
But to his credit, his Varus in the team fights was really good.
Yeah, I thought this was a very, very impressive game from Mickey. Certainly seems like an MVP performance to me.
Snowflower, though, I think is another candidate for MVP that game. He made a lot of those fights in the mid lane happen. He was always in the right place at the right time.
That is true. So, when we come back, we're going to have our winners interview with the Afrika Freaks. And after that, SK Telecom taking on Kongdu Monster. Might be a 4-0 night.
It may very well be, Noah.
Could be, guys. Don't go anywhere. It'll be fun either way. We'll be back on Champion Spring right after this.
Coming up next, Kongdu Monster, SK Telecom T1, Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 2.
다치고. 네, 여러분들, 네, 반갑습니다. 저 결혼식이 진행 중인데 정신이 없습니다. 우진이야, 제 사회자. 고교 첫사랑은 무슨?
탈주는 나이스게임 TV에서만, 가정에서는 잘 지내기를 바란다. 축하한다. 우주만 축하하고 2년차 징크스 조심하고.
자, 두 어머니 이제 현장에 신랑 입장!
당군 형 정말 축하드리고요. 정말 부럽습니다.
결혼한 지 딱 몇 분 지나지 않은 따끈따끈한 유부남. 안녕하세요. 위클리 LCK 당군입니다. 반갑습니다. 제가 이번 주 위클리 LCK에 나오지 않을 거라는 모두의 예상을 깨고 이번 주에도 어김없이 여러분들과 함께하게 됐습니다. 근데 결혼식 당일까지 촬영할 줄은 진짜 생각도 못했습니다. 지독합니다. 이 OGN 제작진분들. 아무튼 유부남 당군과 함께하는 위클리 LCK 지금 바로 시작합니다.
승찬이 형, 배신자는 뭐다? 처단이다.
배신자는 뭐다? 처단이다! 지난 1라운드에서 아나키 시절의 코치 하창이에게 참교육을 당한 아프리카가 오랜 기다림 끝에 배신자를 처단하는데 성공합니다. 배신자 처단 후 그 기쁨에 회식으로 고급진 랍스타까지 먹었다는 아프리카. 하지만 이게 끝이 아닙니다. 복수의 화신 아프리카. 이번엔 두 번째 배신자 처단을 예고했는데요.
그리고 아직 배신자가 2명 더 남았는데
네.
나머지 2명도 꼭 차단하도록 하겠습니다.
아프리카의 다음 타겟이 된 CJ 운타라 선수와 버블링 선수. 과연 남은 2명의 배신자도 처참하게 처단당할 것인가. 느와르 영화를 방불케 하는 아프리카의 대복수국. 다음 주 4월 8일 전주에서 개봉박두합니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 자, 우리 롤챔스가 이 정도입니다. 1인 락스타의 거주와 승강전이 확정된 콩두 몬스터의 대결. 이 정도 차이면 당연히 락스가 콩두를 20분, 30분 안에 컷 시키겠지 라고 생각을 하셨겠지만 땡! 롤챔스 본선에 올라온 팀들이 괜히 올라온 게 아니에요. 안심하며 TV 보던 락스 팬들의 심장을 쫄깃하게 만들었던 꿀잼 장면.
끝났어.
쏘리.
내가 미안하다.
그거 시비를 조심해야 돼. 시비를 조심해야 돼. 끝낼 수 있어.
앞점멸이 됐네.
아니, 막았어. 마음같은 시비가? 괜찮아. 해볼만 하기도 하고, 뭐, 알아서 해봐. 잘해봐.
몸키고 형 잘해봐. 괜찮았지? 이렇게 얘네가 저는 되긴 하거든. 팔.
와우. 다행이다. 하자.
자, 지난 삼성과 진해의 경기에서 이번 시즌 3호 펜타킬이 터졌습니다. 그 주인공은 바로 미드라이너 크라운 선수의 바루스였죠. 경기 중에 앰비션 선수가 펜타! 라고 외치는 말에 함께 힘을 모아 크라운 선수에게 펜타킬을 모아줬다고 하는데요. 큰형님 앰비션의 한마디에 똘똘 뭉치는 삼성. 그나저나 앰비션 선수 진짜 무섭나봐요. 동생들이 말을 너무 잘 듣습니다. 혹시 펜타가 아니라 펜다? 펜다? 뭐 이런 건 아니었겠죠? 자, 그나저나 대단합니다. 결혼식장까지 쳐들어와서 결국에 이번 주 위클리 LCK를 촬영하고 말았네요. 대단합니다, 진짜. 여러분들 OGN의 미래가 밝아요. 여러분들이 지금 이 영상을 보실 때쯤에 저는 유럽 어딘가에서 즐거운 신혼여행을 즐기고 있을 겁니다. 안타깝게도 다음 주에는 저를 못 보게 될 것 같습니다. 설마 유럽까지 뭐 찍으러 쫓아오진 않을 테니까요. 제작비가 그렇게 많지는 않아요, 제가 알기로는. 그래서 제가 저를 대신할 대타를 섭외해놨습니다. 힌트를 좀 드리면 이 OGN 롤챔스 LCK 좀 원한이 있으십니다. 그렇기 때문에 그 누구보다도 냉철하게 LCK를 비판하실 분이죠. 아마 예상하시는 분들 많을 거예요. 자, 다음 주에도 많은 기대 부탁드리겠고요. 결혼 축하해주신 많은 분들 다시 한번 감사드리고, 자, 저는 신혼여행 잘 다녀오겠습니다. 여러분들 감사합니다.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help
Welcome back to Champion Spring. Mickey picks up the MVP for game number 2. That was some pretty sick Varus play, wasn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely was. Well worth it. I liked watching him in these team fights. Right there, stopping Trace on the engage. Snowflower. It's a good Glacial Fissure in, too, to slow up the rest of Jinair long enough to put some more damage down. Lyra was just great in this series, too.
Yeah. Yep, our other MVP.
Great catch onto Kuzan, straight into the twisted advance. And check out this. Mickey's flash in this fight. Clean things up when he's close to full HP.
What's the crazy thing, too, with these
fights?
fights?
That was the wrong fight.
That, maybe it was this one.
It's this one. He's got flash here.
Okay, there we go.
Yep. So Flash instantly casts that piercing arrow to take out Sivir.
And just finishing it off. Not bad. But it was just impressive. Whenever Jinair tried to engage with that Sivir ultimate, he immediately hit them with the Chains of Corruption, just stopped it cold.
Nicely done, for sure. By Mickey, making up for some questionable decision-making regarding his package usage in the first game of the night.
Hey, it was entertaining. Why not? We'll let him get away with that one. And so, time for an interview. George will be translating for us.
All right. Hello, Champions fans. This is George. Today's match between Afrika and Jinair. Afrika was able to beat Jinair 2-0. And today's MVPs are Lyra and Mickey. Let's meet our MVPs. All right. First of all, for Lyra. I know you guys had 5 consecutive wins. How do you feel? I know a lot of people have said bad things about Afrika, but it feels like we're actually getting into a higher goal, I guess. I know Casters has been praising your plays. How do you feel? I know when Corki had Valkyrie, I didn't know what to expect, but thankfully I was able to save it, and I got the MVP as well. Did you have high expectations on today's game? I think the meta is very good for us. I guess it's a very good fit for us because we love to have team fights. And I really like the meta right now as well. I know you guys are well known for your good team fights. I know with the 100% kill contribution with Nidalee, did you expect a no ban on Nidalee? I know Nidalee is a very good champion because a lot of teams ban it. So I didn't expect that, but I was able to actually pick the Nidalee, so I was very happy. He said it was a very, very good pick for Nidalee. I know in the middle you kind of took blue buff accidentally. What was Mickey's reaction? Mickey actually didn't come when I was trying to hit him. Isn't it just for me, I guess? Because he wasn't coming in time, so I just took it. He said blue buff is for the jungler. He said come to get blue buff, and he took the blue buff. So I just kind of stared at him, but he just played his game. So on the first set, after you guys took the dragon, you kind of went out to play the bait role, I guess. Was it your instant decision? Whenever I flash, it feels like I can play 3 times better than whenever I don't have flash. So it felt like I could play the bait role for the 80 carries of the opponent. I know in the mid turret, Mickey kind of went in, and he kind of died by himself. But I heard the team members told him to actually go in. I know our supporter, when we get the dragon, let's kill everyone. But Mickey just died by himself. We were really sad, but we all had the upper hand, so I guess it was a good death. Yep, he's laughing about Mickey's death. So if you guys win the rest of the games, then you guys might able to make it to the playoffs. Are you guys confident? Because yes, I'm very confident, and we should be confident because that's how we should play the rest of the games. Right, congratulations for Lyra. Next will be our Mickey. I know it is your third consecutive MVP. Is there a reason behind it? Practice, he said. I know your opponent is Jinair, who is competing for second and third rank. What was your strategy against them? What did you watch out for? I know they actually are very good with their champions, and they actually play very well with their ordering as well. So we kind of wanted to watch it. Did you actually practice a lot against Jinair? I know in Summer Link, I don't play Varus that much, but in scrimmage I play a lot. So it feels like that's how I got better with Varus. With Varus, you kind of go into the team fights. So is it like your team color? Is it your team atmosphere to just initiate team fights? Yes, it feels like that's our team atmosphere, and whenever I feel like I'm not going to die when I initiate, then I just kind of go in. I know you're with your fifth consecutive victory. I know you guys are happy, but are you guys kind of sad because if you played this well in the early season, you could have made it better ranking. Yes, we're kind of sad, but we actually think about it a lot. But in the early season, we didn't actually learn a lot, from the coaches. But now I kind of think I'm really thankful for the coaches because they taught us a lot. I heard you have something to say at the end. First of all the fans that cheer for me, thank you. Iksu, I kind of had trouble with Iksu. Sorry for making trouble with you. He apologized. Anything else you wanted to add? Let's go back home and order some chicken. All right, that is it for the MVP interview. Congratulations for the MVPs and Afrika. Take it away.
All right, thanks for translating, George. So there you go. Lyra and Mickey victorious over their opponents today. Jinair not putting up too much of a fight, actually.
And let's talk about Africa's playoff possibilities, Doa, because they are now 8-7. That means they have 3 matches left.
Right.
And their matches are against Rox, which will obviously be quite challenging, even though Rox really has nothing to play for right now, Longzhu and CJ. Now, if they can get to 10 wins, they may be able to make it into the 5th place spot of the playoffs. So they only really have to win 2. If they win 3, that would obviously put them in a really preferable position. But if they can beat Longzhu and CJ, thereby keeping them out of 5th place, those 2 teams, and then Samsung gets beaten by SK Telecom, but then wins versus Kongdu, they would be tied in record and it would be game differential. So that they could actually squeak into the playoffs in 5th place still.
Wow. Well, either way, a pretty amazing second half of the season for Afrika. But time to move on to our second best of 3 of the night. It's going to be Kongdu Monster versus SK Telecom, and there is Kongdu Monster on your screen right now. And it's been a long road for these guys. They kind of were, you could say, stitched together from the parts of the former Najin team.
Bunch of Najin subs or KT subs.
That's right. So they made a whole new monster.
They did.
Yep.
They are the Frankenstein of our league, I suppose.
They're like zombie Najin, basically.
Well, they just came off an 0-2 defeat to Rox. Before that, a 0-2 defeat to Spenu. But they did nearly win that game versus the Rox Tigers. We saw in the weekly LCK segment.
I guess.
I don't think Rox was playing a very good team composition during that game, and they nearly lost as a result. But give credit where credit is due. Seoul played a really good Jhin that game.
I suppose, but I mean, anytime the Rox Tigers kind of go in that situation, you're kind of like, well, do they really need to play that hard at this point? But, Yeah, it was good. It's not going to really be too much easier, I think, against SK Telecom to get the win here today. And SKT, while they've had their struggles, throughout the season, Blank has been really performing lately. Since IEM, he's been looking much, much better.
And this is a team that still knows how to come back and win games from behind.
Oh, yeah.
Especially Faker, who, even when he was busy getting solo killed on Azir by BDD's LeBlanc in their last series, he dug deep, pulled it out, and then started making picks like he does on Azir in the mid game. They were bold enough to first pick Azir, too, which is a rarity considering on blue side, SK Telecom historically drafts junglers. And Faker's just having an outstanding season. What more can we say about this guy? Number 1 in damage per minute at 648, in spite of the fact that Lulu's his most played champion. Number 2 in percentage of damage for his team, 32.1% of his team's damage. Number 1 in earned gold per minute out of the entire league, which is just gold that they earned. That's not counting the passive gold generation or the starting gold or anything like that. And this is a team that often falls behind in the early game, and he still has the highest earned gold per minute.
That's the craziest thing, is that this was a team that got down to like 6th place at one point in the season, and Faker is still putting up stats like that. It just shows you how good this guy is. There's a reason we call him the best.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, SK Telecom is barely above even. They average 79 gold over their opponents at 15 minutes into the game.
Which is actually much higher than it's been most of the season.
That's true. It's like negative
below
400 for a while.
Yeah, that's right. It was below for quite a while. And, the KDA is not much to really talk about there, aside from SKT being way higher. But let's talk about the playoff implications here, because SK Telecom, with a win here today, would go up to 10-5, which would make them tied in match score with KT, but they would be, if they win 2-1, they'll still be behind in game score.
That's right. They'd be at +9. If they win 2-0, they would be at +10, which would leave them exactly tied with KT. Which, you know what, Doa? I'm going to hope that happens, and here's why. Because KT versus SKT coming up next week is going to be an awesome match if that is the case.
Oh, yeah, and especially because KT's been looking better lately, too, so it'd be cool to see. But then again, you never know when KT's going to start looking bad again.
That's also true.
But then again, you never know when SKT's going to start looking bad again this season. It's been an interesting season for the Telecoms. We'll be going to picks and bans for game number 1 between Kongdu Monster and SKT. What will the bans be? Find out as soon as people get into the lobby. There we go. Lulu, the first ban. All right. Despite the nerf, they still don't want to let Faker take that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. It's been really core to SK Telecom's compositions. Nidalee will be banned. At least they have a Nidalee player now. They don't have to ban it on blue side any longer, like they did when Benki was part of the team.
True. Nidalee and Poppy banned out on the SK Telecom side.
Crush has been pretty good on Nidalee this season. Definitely his best champion. Not surprised they aren't taking it out of the pool. The Lissandra, of course. So what they're doing, what Kongdu is doing, is they're taking away the champions that Faker likes to play to protect Bang.
Yeah. They have needed Bang to be, a lot of that damage this season. Corki banned away as well. Another popular Faker pick. Spring, and there's a Varus ban. Okay.
They took away some of the hard engage with the Lissandra onto the Varus. Kindred may be the first pick here, and indeed it will be, so really prioritizing that jungler, but there's Kalista available.
I know, they give Kalista to Bang. I feel like that's
going to be Kalista Azir.
I feel like it's a very risky move to give those over to SKT.
Don't have to be worried about Blank, you can still play Gragas.
Yep, very true. Yeah, and maybe they'll just leave the Kalista up. I don't know, maybe Alistar Kalista instead.
Okay, they probably think that they're getting baited into Kalista by a Jhin pick from Soul, because he is a good Jhin player.
That's true. That's true. So Alistar is here, picked by SK Telecom, 2 over to Kongdu Monster again.
Problem with taking that Jhin is that in lane swaps, he's horribly slow at killing turrets and can really mess up your tempo. Obviously, in lane, he's dominant, but you get in lane swap situations, it is like a bit of a 50-50 with that Jhin as to how that laning phase is going to go. You're either going to win hard or lose hard.
Yep. So with the mid pick known over on the SK Telecom side, Kongdu doesn't really need to hide it for any reason. They could pick that LeBlanc right now.
Edge probably fancies his chances after seeing how BDD did against Faker in this exact matchup.
Yeah. Edge is not BDD.
Truer words were never spoken.
It's very true. So Sivir Maokai seems reasonable. That's going to be the pickups for this round. So just some solid stuff there.
Yeah, you have to take the Sivir away. It's been the
There's
go-to
the
AD
Kalista.
carry, but they are going to go for the Kalista now. Notice that they wait until they see the AD carry
Yeah.
for that to actually come out. And Graves still available. They can build a front line, put Duke on a tank. Maokai obviously still up. Nautilus still up. They'll be fine. Pretty standard for SKT. Basically, they've been playing compositions that are Kalista, Azir, Lulu mid with multiple AD carries, bang and flank, and then playing tanks at support and top.
Right. So looks like support and mid lane still need to be picked up for Kongdu. So I don't think it's going to be Braum Trundle.
Probably not, I think.
Unless you're going to run like a mid lane Maokai or something.
No, it'll be the LeBlanc.
Yeah. Makes the most sense. Maokai Braum. Or LeBlanc Braum. Okay.
Edge has only played one LeBlanc game this season. Not the biggest priority for this team. And they're going to switch to
Whoa, something.
Kassadin.
Okay. So they do take the Nautilus, though. You change that away at least.
Yeah, setting up a big tank line because there isn't going to be a Trundle.
There's a Gragas, so it's actually going to be a top Gragas for Duke this game.
Well, they took both the Maokai and the Nautilus, so yes, they are forced onto this sort of third-tier top lane tank in the Gragas instead.
Maybe a top lane Graves. So they're switching it back and forth.
Oh, the mind games, Della.
I know. I think it's still going to be Gragas
I think it's
up
going to
there.
be
Yeah.
Gragas top tier.
Yep. Almost certainly.
But I do like SK Telecom, what they're doing here, and this is just bread and butter SKT right now. They want to play with the Azir every game. Faker is amazing on it. He can make these big plays and create picks that can get you objectives like Baron. If you get anywhere close to him, his Azir skills have improved massively since last year.
Wolf looks like he's about ready to fall asleep at the keyboard there. I mean, I know it's Kongdu Monster, but come on, man.
You know, the only reason why the Gragas is good is because they first picked the Kindred. So they also have a few ways, lots of ways, Headbutt, Emperor's Divide, Explosive Cast to remove people from on top of the Kindred ultimate, so that's going to be a nice little bonus for them. Kongdu, this is a good pick composition, but they're not going to have the same late-game team fighting punch that SK Telecom is going to have with that LeBlanc in the mid lane. Just not going to contribute as much to team fights as the Azir will.
The big question is, can they handle SK Telecom? Let's get in the game and find out.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
All right, welcome back to Summoner's Rift for our second best of 3 of the night. It's going to be SK Telecom versus Kongdu Monster. SK Telecom searching for what they hope will be an easy 2-0 in tonight's match, but Kongdu have shown that they've got a shot against some of these better teams. They've had some good games off and on.
생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
This is only going to be Blank's second game on Graves, which seems a little weird because you think about Blank as a player and you're like, of course he plays Graves, but only one game professionally on it. They've just liked the Gragas, Nidalee, Elise, and Kindred more for him.
I guess so.
But I do think it makes sense with this style of composition to, of course, play the Graves.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Pretty slow start, though. Looks like it will be the... it looks like a lane swap, but it looks like they might get standard lanes. SK Telecom sending their bot lane up there, too. Okay.
SKT should be quite happy with this, and they are going to do that delayed invade onto the Gromp. Just do a little check. See what's going on. Cougar is going to... Uh-oh.
Oh, Wolf needs to be careful here. Gets stunned. Here comes Kalista, though, to help
wow,
out.
they're going for it.
They really are, yeah.
Wow, they forced a flash just for that exhaust.
Man.
Really concerned. Cougar also took quite a bit of damage from that blue buff.
Do you
Weird
think
response from Kongdu. They had the drop right there.
I was going to say, do you think the flash was warranted, really?
No.
Weird. Oh, good start for Bang and Wolf, I guess.
Yeah, excellent.
Oh, I don't know if that's worth it, Cougar.
They're not level 2 yet, so it'll be
I guess
hard for them to actually finish off that kill. There's not a lot of risk. Got Grassy with the Riptide. I have not seen that LeBlanc skin before.
Yeah, that's like a new one. I don't know what it's called, though. Flower Bug Queen LeBlanc. There we go, I've named it.
Normally you have better names for skins than that.
Sparkle Bug LeBlanc.
Sparkle Bug, there we go. That's better.
Sparkle Bug. Perfect.
I'm sure everybody would want a skin called Sparkle Bug LeBlanc.
Hey, the history of League of Legends? Yeah, pretty much.
So the last time we saw this matchup, Faker played very aggressively in the first few levels, as we're seeing right now. He's actually going to take an early recall, probably get another Doran's Ring, and continue to fight his way forward. It did cost him, though. He did die to a gank as he overcommitted to some harassment and got pushed way too far in front. He may have learned his lesson. Level 3, second Doran's Ring, and a pink ward.
Yeah, I'm playing a little bit safer. Which is nice to see out of Faker.
Is it? That's not why I love Faker.
I mean, the thing is if he plays safer in like the first few levels, he's going to be able to go all in even harder at 6. That's the idea.
I like Faker asserting his dominance.
Well, he's doing that.
I need him to be the alpha mid laner, Doa.
He's got the lane pushed up. He's asserting his dominance. He's just not overdoing his dominance. You don't want to overdo the dominance.
I disagree. Is there such thing as overdoing the dominance?
I think Faker might get a little bit destroyed here. Well, or not. I shouldn't have even said it.
Did have to use both his summoners, though.
I doubt it.
Edge also going to have to use both his summoners to get out of that situation. Meanwhile,
well then,
Runic Bulwark here to provide some healing. Along with Alistair shouting, healthy. Still not sure how that one works.
Feel better! Oh, Crush gets really low with a little bit of jungle invading from Blank.
They can really push the limit there on that.
There we go. Headbutt Pulverize onto Cougar, taking some damage. That's going to be a big rend. It is. Nearly finishes Cougar off. Soul does have Summoner Heal. Didn't elect to use it.
Yeah, Cougar saw his flash up, so they weren't going to all in on that, but
right.
Steal quite a bit of damage, and Blank now asserting his dominance over Kongdu Monster's jungle.
It's been pretty amazing to see sort of the transformation of Blank after looking so bad for so many games they played him in the early start of the season. Then
he just did nothing.
Take him, yeah, exactly. They take him to IM, and he's like a whole different jungler. He's been good since then, too. It's an international confidence boost, I guess.
Oh, that's a buff only Korean players can receive.
I know. He's like, see, Blank, teams aren't that hard outside of Korea. And he's like, wow, I feel so much better now.
International confidence boost worked really badly for TSM.
That's not much of a boost there, yeah. I'm curious to see how Duke is going to do on this top Gragas. It's not exactly something we've seen him play.
Actually, don't know how. It's been a while since top Gragas was in the meta. I can check and see if Duke has any experience.
Yeah, he hasn't played it yet this season at all.
No, definitely not. This is actually the first non-Africa top Gragas that we've seen.
Right. Faker certainly asserting his dominance. He's got
Duke has
CS lead.
Duke has 4 games all time on Gragas.
Okay, I thought so. Not a lot.
He is 3-1.
Okay.
But it was quite some time ago that Gragas broke the wilds at the top lane.
Or the bottom lane.
Or the bottom lane. He actually went for a corrupting potion this game.
Huh.
I'm curious what's going to happen, because in China they've been playing with Rod of Ages Gragas in top lane. There's a lot more top lane Gragas in the LPL than there is in Korea.
Okay.
At the moment.
That's for sure. They've got that weird
Ixu does like go full tank Gragas.
I've got that weird Gragas portrait over in China.
Oh, that is really weird.
Doesn't look anything like the character. It's like let's use some Gragas fan art. Only his head is really tiny.
I don't know why China is like the one country to have different splash art.
That is strange, and none of it's good either.
The Tarek one's pretty good.
I don't know. I think it's all pretty much worse than the official, quote-unquote official Riot
No,
art.
the Tarek one. The Tarek one is good.
Good for like a good reason, though.
He's fabulous.
That is true. But I mean, just in the way that they're rendered, too, just speaking from like an artistic skill standpoint, they're much lower than what we've got in other regions, I think. I'm really hammering the Chinese splash art here, but it's true, I call like I see it. I need to put that art major to use somehow. I've got a degree, I need to critique this.
It's my one purpose in life now, to critique art on the Riot broadcast right now.
Shit, I'll start a YouTube series. Do that too. Critiquing the splash art.
I think you should just critique art while watching League of Legends. You should actually compare
We do that anyway.
certain League of Legends games to specific artists.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you could teach an art history course through League of Legends. Be like, this game, it's just really, really a mess. But there's like a method in the mess. It's like a Jackson Pollock, you know?
There you go.
It's
That
instinctual.
sounds like the
instinctual,
Africa
but
Freaks.
it's ordered chaos.
See, that sounds like Team Anarchy last year, you know? That's what I'd equate them to. SK Telecom, clearly the Michelangelo of the League of Legends art world. Just perfection.
I think the Rocks Tigers like Caravaggio.
Yeah, a little bit, man. They just like to get
dark
in there
and
get
violent.
Yeah, that's right. I love Caravaggio. And I love the Rocks Tigers.
So there you go. Art history with Professor Doa, as taught by League of Legends analogies.
Hongdu, I don't know, man. Not doing too well.
They're the drawing that your kid did on the fridge.
Yeah, pretty much. Or like the modern art that just makes no sense. Everything's, you see an entire exhibit and it's all titled Untitled, and you have to go like read this piece of paper by the wall, and it's like, it's all about what you think of it. It's like, oh, really? So you made this, but you didn't really say anything with it? Okay, well, whatever. I guess that's what you do. Don't get me started on modern art.
Welcome to the glory of postmodernity, Doa.
It's horrible. This is the only time I'll really be as mean as Monte Cristo.
I found what tilts him, everybody. Modern art. Please tweet all your best modern art to @GGDoa on Twitter, because he will look at it.
Yeah, or just to send me a blank image and call it a Rothko. Yeah, that works too.
Would it be a black image?
Or just pick a color. It doesn't even matter. Just make it a square. Yeah, it's all about what you think of it. I'll tell you what I think of it. It's terrible. SK Telecom going for their first dragon. I feel my blood pressure rising then.
Send all your best Rothko gifts to @GGDoa on Twitter.
Well, there's a dragon.
Was a little bit risky. Faker had pushed in, but because Duke wasn't there, at least he had teleport to answer if he needed, but there was an element of risk to that dragon, let's say. Faker really is dominating this mid lane, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that already... well, he's been like 20 CS up the wild. All in for Wolf. There's the exhaust on the soul. They're trying to get away here. Fate's Call used to lock up Cougar a little bit. And now, Bang actually in a little bit of trouble. He has low health, has to back away. So the all-in attempt from SK Telecom didn't end up working out. Wolf gets caught by Cougar. Are they going to maybe dive this with the Kindred?
Actually, Sol and Cougar played that relatively well. They only had to use one summoner from that, and that was Cougar's Ignite. Sol not even hitting the flash right there to get out, instead just relying on the speed from his On the Hunt. So good knowledge of his limits.
Only one summoner used on the SK Telecom side as well.
Oh,
that was so close, man.
Oh, so close.
Didn't have the headbutt cooldown, apparently.
Nope, it was 2 seconds away.
Oh.
Saw that on the screen.
Sadness. Man, Faker's just wrecking Edge in this mid lane. Hello? Wolf just wants to stop people from recalling. That's his new goal.
No one goes home.
That's right.
Everybody is Wolf's prisoner on the map.
Summoner's Rift, the cow puts you in a pen. Oh, fight over the big wolf, and Blank takes it. Has a nice lead in the jungle too. 15 CS up actually already.
It's impressive.
Yeah. Same level, but a little bit more money. Meanwhile, Duke is a little bit behind Hippo.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just Spirit Visage, tank wars. Everybody trying to heal off their passives.
Yep, doesn't really matter too much.
Not much exciting is going to happen around here. These guys are just going to serve as initiators later in the game.
They're basically just like big minions. The lanes are just pushing against each other. They are the minions.
How thoroughly exciting that we're back into a tank top lane meta.
Oh, yeah.
I totally didn't enjoy all that Fiora we had.
Yeah, or like the
Riven.
top Quinn or Graves. No, that's no fun. Give me tank versus tank any day.
Well, do I have a patch for you?
I know, right?
It's called patch 6.6.
Well, it's here now. And so are the tanks.
Let's buff Maokai, even though he was already seeing professional play in substantial amounts.
Clearly. It's getting close to Arbor Day.
You mean it's getting close to the release of the Maokai skin? I think that's what you mean.
Ah, that could also be part of it too. Tricky. Clever. Well, Faker takes some damage from Edge. But not a whole lot to worry about there. Meanwhile, support versus support. Just like tank versus tank.
They are tanks.
Only they're supports.
They're tank supports.
Support tanks, it's true. Goodbye, Pink Ward. We hardly knew ye.
Did you need to know the Pink Ward?
Nope.
He wasn't a very exciting guy. He just sat there in that brush his entire life. He didn't have a lot of worldly experience, stories to tell you.
No. Just like a student that goes to art college but never leaves the town they go to school in. You know, displays in the gallery that their friend runs. Doesn't push themselves.
You didn't do that.
Just like a Pink Ward. No.
You went to adventuring in Korea.
That's right. Because I realized I'd rather have art be a hobby instead of a career. Just fun. Well, not so much fun for Soul. Gets exhausted, flashes away. Nice response from Wolf coming in with that Fate's Call. Blank on the side there. Teleport coming in though for Kongdu. Soul staying alive with the Kindred ult for the moment, but not in the end. First blood goes over to Blank. Responding kill comes in from Kongdu. Wolf on his own gets a two-man pulverize that allows Blank to get a little bit more damage in. Just barely enough to finish off Cougar. And that's a double kill for Blank. Faker, yeah, coming in.
He just saved Blank and Wolf with the Ember's Divide coming in through the Baron pit.
By Hippo. Eventually. Okay, and that's an ace. Almost for SK Telecom. Edge, I guess, managed to escape somehow, but...
Faker showed up a little bit late there. It was looking dire for SK Telecom, but man, he saved it. So they just try this all in immediately. Soul has to use his ult just to get back out. They shoot Wolf right back in the middle. But Blank here picks up the red buff, and this is just a shooting gallery for him. Lamb's Respite goes down. He actually misses his ult right there, so Blank missed a couple skill shots. And we see Duke with the excellent play for the double knock-up over the wall. Now watch Faker coming in here. Takes the Rift Herald, Herald despawned, and then just that play to zone out Hippo from the rest of his teammates. That was nearly a double kill for Hippo right there.
Just like that.
Oh, he got the Rift Herald, actually. That's actually what happened.
Yeah. Oh, Faker actually going after Edge here. Edge trying to get away. Looks like he'll make it out.
Wow.
Ooh. Just barely. But yeah, Faker he's pretty far ahead at this point.
And we're actually going to speed that back up. We were a few seconds behind after that replay.
Yep.
But yes, Faker is really scary on the Azir these days.
Yeah, we'd always it was funny last year because we saw these solo queue highlights, right? We're all over the subreddit, all over the internet. And when he played it competitively, it didn't look that great. But lately, it's been pretty different.
He's been playing the Azir differently. He plays for picks, and he can get picks from so far away. These solo kills or shove you right into his team that if you are defending a lane and you are by yourself and Faker is within 1,000 units of you, you are not safe. You will get killed.
Speaking of not safe, that turret is going to get taken down. SK Telecom, Hippo Can't really do much about it.
No, he can't. If he tried to go in, he would just get ulted by Faker.
Rift Herald was taken by Kongdu Monster. Bang takes the bottom lane turret, so just like that, SK Telecom really starting to open up this gold lead. Blank working on the second dragon at the same time. He's just going to get it by himself, I guess.
You see, we're still a little bit behind live right now. They've been trying to fool... Oh.
Edge knocked out. Taking some damage. Not going to get taken out, though. Can still get away. He is LeBlanc, after all.
The production's been trying to fool you by switching to full camera shots of the players and then fast-forwarding.
Brilliant. Oh, Fate's call misses Googer, but he's still in a lot of trouble. Soul and Crush, though, coming in. Going to get the kill onto Googer, and the rest of Kongdu has to run for it. Yep, this one's starting to snowball a bit, isn't it?
Well, Blank has, you know, an enormous lead.
Yep, that will help. Third turret in like 2 minutes for SK Telecom. They're just going to continue to rock Kongdu Monster pretty hard, it seems like.
It does appear that way.
Yep.
Rocking is commencing.
That's right.
So Duke going to be going for Iceborne Gauntlet this game. A little more crowd control when he gets in there with his body slam. Always nice.
Is it always nice to get body slammed by Gragas? I don't know.
Wouldn't you like a chilly body slam?
Not really.
I can give you one later.
That's okay.
Well,
It's warming up in Korea, though.
Well, I'll just have to cover myself in ice then.
Baker got a little bit too far forward. Has to flash away and use that Emperor's Divide. Oopsie. Oh, nice explosive cast onto Hippo. Bang right there with the damage. Hippo twists advance in there. He's going to flash away. Gets back under turret. But look who's waiting for him. It's Wolf, but he's a cow. It's a cow wolf, and it's a kill for Duke. His first of the game. Is it a cow? Is it a wolf? I don't know. It's confusing. That's why Hippo died. Hippo cows. No, wait. Cougar. Whoa! Collateral damage nearly did the trick there.
Blank is really fed.
Yes, he
already has the Maw of Malmortius here pre-20 minutes on this Graves. You really need to respect the damage that could come out of him. Nearly just solos a face-checking support.
Bang just decides to take the turret. All right, well, there we see...
I don't know why we're watching this again. Sees him with a Wolf Spirit. Okay, end of the line. Doesn't actually hit on the second proc either on the way back, so... Crush gets in the way, but it does cause that cone of damage to come out from behind, collateral damage. If he had gotten hit by that second proc of the end of the line, definitely would have died.
Would have been the literal end of the line. For a few seconds. Oh, Edge got that Raptor.
He can't kill Blank.
I don't think so. Flash used anyway. They popped the Silver. Oh, the anchor misses from Cougar. That was close.
Blank already has the Maw. He's really quite tanky.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bang farming up pretty fast too.
Unfortunately now, there's really no target that Edge can kill. Maybe if he gets lucky, he can take down Bang, and here's a 20-minute Baron.
Whoa, that was exactly as the Baron spawned almost. Can they actually finish
of course.
it off?
Yeah, they have a Zero. And Callista, this is
too.
easy 20-minute Baron.
Yeah, and it looks like Kongdu really has no idea that this is even happening.
Why would they?
It's not something you'd expect to see very often, is it? Just like that 20-minute Baron for SK Telecom. Hippo knocked right back into the team.
Poor Hippo.
Oh no. It's a bad day to be a top laner on Kongdu. Crush on the run now. Blank trying to chase him down. Explosive cask used, but they force the flash. SKT just backing off now.
Really clever little bait right there by SK Telecom, not even having the jungler there, not needing that secure with the Callista. Even if Crush was going to get in there, he wouldn't be able to win the Smite War. Or the Execute War, we'll say, with the Rend. And that means that Faker and Bang easily able to take that 20-minute Baron, and SK Telecom looking ridiculously strong at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, they look like they're ready to pretty much close this one out. Sub 30 minutes, probably. And, I mean, it's really not too surprising, is it? What's nice to see, though, is SK Telecom playing things very very tight. You know, they're not looking sloppy in this game, despite playing a objectively weak opponent. Looking good. And now we'll see if they can just kind of stomp their way right into the base for the win.
I think they can.
They probably can too. Wolf comes in, a little bit of damage onto Crush. Nice explosive cast. CC gets the Lamb's Respite off anyway. Turret's already down. Edge caught on the bottom of the fight. Crush runs away, gets hit with the collateral damage. Emperor's Divide pushes Hippo right back into the team again. And yep, I think this is going to be the end of game one.
Engage was gorgeous from SKT. They timed the Gragas engage with the actual turret destruction so that Kindred was launched to them precisely when the turret went down, and while Kindred was away from the team to get the Lamb's Respite out without healing anybody else. Beautiful.
Pretty awesome stuff. Stop for a few more kills. Looks like Blank finally fell on the end of it. Either way, it's an easy win for SK Telecom in game one.
22.5 minutes. SK Telecom are so good at closing games when they get an advantage.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's got to be one of the fastest games of the season.
Absolutely it is. Incredibly fast. Really well played by SKT, obviously.
Man.
Blank had another great game, but everybody really fulfilling their role, and that's what's scary about SKT. If you can't punch them in the mouth early, they know how to play these team compositions because they've been focusing on just a few of them, and they can play their win conditions out so very well, nearly perfectly.
Yeah, and again, it's a big deal for SK Telecom to get a 2-0 in this match. It would tie them with KT Rolster in terms of match score and game score.
Yeah, absolutely huge.
They're on their way.
On their way to number 2, Noah.
That's right. Well, it's a lot like spring of last year,
It is actually quite similar.
It is. When we come back, we'll see if Kongdu Monster can do anything to stop the rampage that SK Telecom has brought to the Yongsan Esports Stadium tonight. I don't think they can, though.
I would tend to agree.
Well, we'll see. Back after this with Game 2, guys. Don't go anywhere.
텅텅 텅텅텅텅 게임 팬 여러분들 안녕하십니까. 텅텅텅 스프링 2016 2라운드 안녕하세요. 게임 캐스터 당군 김은중입니다. 자, 요즘 롤챔스를 보다 보면 좀 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 아니, 관객석이 텅텅 비었어요. 하지만 신기하게도 그것도 10분 만에 매진된대요. 자, 그럼 저희가 직접 한번 예매해볼까요?
먹어도 될 것 같아. 응. 여기? 뭐야? 맛있다. 아, 뭐야? 안 되는데. 어떡해. 진짜. 나 망했어.
1, 2, 3, 4.
그거 잘못된 것 같아. 5,000원짜리 표 한 장이 5만 원으로 둔갑한다는 롤챔스 티켓. 아니 대체 표를 사놓고 왜 안 오시는 겁니까? 오직 기부천사들입니까? 그 진실은 바로 안표입니다. 요즘 중땡 나라에 롤챔스 티켓으로 표테크 하신다는 분들 꽤 많다고 하는데요. 롤챔스만 쳐보면 이렇게 거래가 쏟아져 나옵니다. 근데 판다는 분들도 많지만 산다는 분들도 굉장히 많습니다. 하지만 결국 거래가 성사되지 않은 매물은 이렇게 텅 빈 자리로 남게 되는 거죠. 다행히 썸머 시즌부터 옮긴다는 상암 e스포츠 경기장은 800석 가까이 된다고 하니까 뭐 이런 문제는 곧 해결되겠지만 그래도 얼른 대책 마련이 좀 시급한 것 같습니다.
시간은 또 금세 흘러 기대품을
And welcome back to the home of the world's greatest art critics, OGN Champion Spring. Blank gets the MVP for game number 1. He's good.
He is good, and just the amount of work he was able to do in some of these choke points in the jungle fights, definitely solid. Getting some damage over the wall with the auto attacks, and then Faker comes to save the day. As that Rift Herald spawns, turns it right back around, makes sure he saves his teammates. Blank, though, just immensely fed in this game, and he actually did more damage to champions than anybody else on SK Telecom. Wow. Despite this being his second professional Graves game.
Looks really good. Nearly getting the kill on Cougar there. But
This was such a good play to isolate Crush right as the tower goes down. Excellent use of the tower timing and making sure they could get the immediate engage to finish the game here at 22 minutes after they took a 20-minute Baron. Just unforgiving play from SK Telecom. And
I mean, when SKT is at their best, they'll take the lead and then they won't give you room to breathe for the rest of the game. They'll just keep pushing and pushing it. And that leads to these kind of games. And obviously, Kongdu Monster's having a hard time today.
you know what we call a 22-minute win against Kongdu Doa?
Oh, what's that?
Choking the one-eyed monster.
Oh, jeez. I knew you'd go there eventually. I knew that would happen.
You're welcome.
Well, we're here now. We've reached this level.
We're still going back.
There's no going back now. You know, it's a show for adults. We have a mature audience. Champion Spring.
But that's definitely not true.
Very mature audience, except for the ones on Reddit.
And everybody else.
And everybody else. It's okay. It's just video games, guys.
Fun with video games. Well, Varus is going to be banned again. That is one of Edge's most played champions this season. Not switching that up, but I guess they really don't want to first pick Poppy.
Yep, pretty much. Now Poppy's second ban coming in now for Kongdu. Banned out the Nidalee first. Do you ban the Azir?
Well, SK Telecom is willing to first pick Azir, but that was in a matchup against BDD, who has been prioritizing that Azir pick quite heavily.
True.
And they're not going to have the chance to first pick the Kalista this game. Graves is banned by SK Telecom.
Huh, interesting.
I did not expect that.
Do you think maybe they want to take Kindred?
They could first pick Kindred here, but now they will
Not anymore.
So, Corki's up though.
Yeah, I was going to say. Corki taken, that'll probably be going to Faker.
Now, do Kongdu take the Gragas away right here? Obviously, with the Elise still up, we have two champions that Blank has shown a lot of comfort on.
Taking the Alistar away is probably a good idea, though. So they might grab that for Guger. So on the SK Telecom side, though, you've got the Corki. Do you maybe still take the Azir at the end and flex it to ADC if you get the chance?
That is an interesting conundrum. Obviously, Faker has played a lot of mid lane Corki so far this season, so it's definitely not out of the question. It's also easier because Faker, not really a known Varus player, and when he plays mid lane AD carries, it's typically been Ezreal historically. And if you're going to play a Corki in the AD carry role, you usually want to balance that out with an AD mid champion, which could be Zed, but I think they're unlikely to blind pick it.
I mean, you say Faker's not a Varus player, but we've seen him play it very well. We saw a game last year where he had more damage than the entire enemy team combined.
That is true.
So he can play good Varus if they need him to. But yeah, it's not a normal pick for him.
They're definitely going to threaten that. Blank, if he locks in the Lee Sin, this will be his first game on Lee Sin. And prioritizing that perhaps above the Elise.
Okay, wow, Lee Sin. SKT
and the
experimenting
Gragas
a little bit here. Got Trundle locked in for presumably support, although it could go to the top lane too. And the Trundle's great to have against the Maokai, of course.
Definitely is, and at least right now they're going to see something before they have to commit their two flex picks to specific roles, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be a support Trundle. I think that's fair to say.
What do you take, though, if you're Kongdu? I mean, this Lee Sin pick has probably thrown them a little bit.
Well, you still have the Gragas and the Elise. You're probably going to take one of those. And then you're going to take an AD carry here. But considering you don't know the lane matchup yet, that could be a little bit tricky. Perhaps Soul goes for a Lucian or something a little bit more standard.
Lucian seems safe.
Or they could take the Azir for Edge.
All right. Leaving that AD carry pick for last, potentially. Yeah, looks like they will. So Azir and Elise taken now. So the final two picks over to SK Telecom.
This makes the Varus a very attractive option.
Yeah, it does. Gragas Varus. Ooh. I'd love to see Bang play that Jhin. I think maybe they're saying, we think you're going to play the Jhin too.
I think that's probably a pretty fair guess. It's been Soul's best champion. His best performances have come out on the Jhin. So if you could deny the Jhin pick, because right now it looks like they're setting up for a really big front line, it would be more SK Telecom-esque to play the Sivir.
True.
They have not played a single Jhin game.
Yeah, but I think they're just showing it to be like, all right, we know what you're doing. We're not afraid of the Jhin, so go ahead and pick it. Trying to put the fear of SKT.
I mean, they have enough engaged that if they pick something like a Jhin, the Lee Sin will be able to get into that back line and kick him out. That's the hope that they would go for, and they're going to take the Sivir and the Gragas yet again.
Yeah, so top lane Gragas coming in for Duke in game 2. So will Kongdu go for that Jhin? Could take the, I mean, I don't know. Vayne seems a little bit risky. There we go.
Soul's going to have to be really good with his positioning if he wants to play this Jhin against Gragas, Sivir, and Lee Sin. I think the Lucian would be a significantly safer option in mid and late game team fights. And with the composition that Kongdu is building, they need something that's going to provide the extra damage to push them over the top with the Azir. because they have 3 utility champions already selected. Lucian would fit the bill.
Yep. And unless it gets changed at the last minute, looks like it will be that Lucian for Kongdu Monster. Yep, it is. Okay.
I really like how SK Telecom drafted around Seoul's Jin on the blue side. They put so many backline threats that basically the Jin and his low mobility was not going to be very viable. I think that's why they chose the Lee Sin so early on in this draft. And then they followed up with the Gragas and the Sivir. There's not a lot of ways that a Jin would successfully be able to shoot from the backline without getting hit by some form of disruption, whether it's a Lee Sin kick or the explosive cast.
Yeah.
It'd be very hard to keep them from getting back there when they're already been Sivir ulted.
So Kongdu may be thrown off their game plan a little bit here in game number 2. Still with a good comp, though.
Yeah, Kongdu has a perfectly fine composition. It's just a matter of, is this team going to be able to play those late game team fights? And the answer from what we've seen from Kongdu is probably no. Even though they've got a good setup here, certainly as standard can be at this point in time, it's going to be rough because of SK Telecom's surge. They've won 5 consecutive games in a row right now without dropping a single one after their 2-0 victory over CJ and their 2-0 victory over Longshu.
That's right. So SK Telecom looking to get that second win, get the 2-0, tie KT Rolster at second place in the standings. They've jumped up a couple spots since the midseason, haven't they?
They've been jumping quite a bit.
Yes, they have. Well, we'll see if they can get the 2-0 now. Time to get into what could be the final game of the night, so don't miss it. Kongdu versus SK Telecom. It's game time.
Mother Nature, everybody wants to lose.
All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Kongdu Monster taking on the world champion SK Telecom, who's had an interesting season, but just like a year ago in Champion Spring 2015, looking pretty dominating in the second half.
I think we're headed for a better finals. At least I hope we are then.
I hope so too. But one worries.
One does worry. We had questions last year too about the Tigers.
Yeah.
They secured their spot at number 1, they got that automatic berth into the finals, and then they started struggling, and we didn't know whether or not they were hiding things because they didn't have to win any more games. It turned out that they were rather heavily beaten by the Cinderhulk meta because in the end they didn't put much of a fight in the finals, got 3-0'd by SKT. I really hope that's not the case again.
Yeah. I mean, and it wasn't just a 3-0ing. It was a 3-0ing by the B team, essentially, for SK Telecom.
Yeah.
The alternate jungler, the alternate mid laner.
That was embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's definitely embarrassing for the Tigers. But we'll see how they close out the rest of the season. Rocks has a few more games to go. If they can continue looking strong, that loss against KT yesterday was somewhat worrisome, and there's a real possibility that with the Freaks on this hot streak where they've won 7 out of their late 8 last matches, including wins against notable teams in the top 4, that Faker.
Yeah, taking that turret hit. Well, you said you wanted him to play aggressive. Is this what you wanted?
I guess it is. He's got the corrupting version though. So. But yes, I am a little bit concerned about the Tigers after their losses to Samsung and KT. So poke wars in the mid lane. Ultimately, since we have standard lanes here, it's probably not going to be that exciting unless Blank can get a good gank in, or alternatively Crush, because it'll be tank wars in the top side, poke wars in the mid lane, and it's a pretty good disengage from both of these teams in the bottom lane with Trundle and Alistair. Baker just continuing to burn through those corrupting potion charges.
Yeah, harassing Edge quite a bit. Edge down to no potions, just at Doran's Blade now.
But early pressure advantage here to SKT, and Crush is going to show up right at 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's right.
Missed the Fast Bomb.
Faker recalling in lane. I guess they're not going to go for the game.
Once they get that.
There we go.
So aware of that timing, not going to provide any kind of opportunity. Faker with the exhaust this game. Still not sure about that one. I came around to the Corki exhaust in our last series when it was against the Graves. Not sure who he's going to exhaust here. Edge would have to go into a team fight really early for that exhaust, I think, to be.
I don't know.
Quite
Clearly
good.
he's worried about it. Well, Blank's first Lee Sin game. Should be interesting to see what he can do.
When was the last time we had a rookie Korean jungler who took like 10 games to play Lee Sin, Dilla?
I don't know. That's like unheard of, man.
It's not unheard of this season. Obviously, we've got guys like Crush and Crash.
It's unheard of. Oh, Faker! Well, this isn't exactly unheard of either, is it? This is
No one
pretty,
expects the Maokai.
pretty par for the course. Faker pushes up in lane, gets ganked. Yeah.
Well,
Hippo maybe wasn't the one he thought he was going to see, but
yes, he definitely did not think that there was going to be a flash twisted advanced Maokai.
Crush in a little bit of trouble now. Blank gets wrapped up. There's the flash.
Uh-oh,
Going for it.
Spiderlings.
Yep.
Where's the Q? There's the repel, so he's not actually going to die.
Wow.
Both junglers expending their flashes in that little duel.
Meanwhile, an all-in down at bot lane, Bang and Wolf going in onto Soul Duker, but they're going to back off after doing a good amount of damage. Potions down there now. And in this patch, Alistar's heal for allies is a little bit weaker than it was.
It's not the main reason to pick Alistar. Obviously, that's
Right.
going to hurt his laning
Yeah,
just a little bit, but he still has all the power of early turret diving and super strong tanking and early skirmishes that are really the reason why he's picked.
Yep. Relevant in the 2v2, but still got that CC.
That's what matters.
Yep.
Now, Faker's been victim to a couple of ganks right now, but that's kind of on Duke for not explaining where Hippo was on the map. Not respecting the fact that he could be, in fact, trying to gank this mid lane, but it was a good roam from Hippo. Just committing to that flash and getting the quick kill.
Yeah. So things pretty even up across the board. A little bit of a lead for Kongdu just off of that first blood gold, but SK Telecom, a couple CS up in a couple lanes. But as even as it gets, there's a teleport, bringing Hippo back to lane. And Duke doesn't want to fight that.
He sees the teleport used, so it's safe to use his TP now. If he chooses, the lane is going to be in a good spot for him to come back to. Not really going to lose that much CS. Pops back, gets another Doran's ring, and some magic resist. Exciting times.
Why not?
But with that kill, the cowl already up onto Hippo. He's going to have those edges when it comes to trades. Also didn't buy a custom code.
True. Here comes Blank from the side. He's got the ward there. Can they actually make a play, though? I don't know.
Unlikely. They didn't expend any mid lane summoners in the gank. Makes things more challenging when it comes to evening out that lane again. But Edge really didn't get much of an advantage, just the assist.
True.
And he couldn't really take a large CS lead out of the gank either. In fact, he obviously is still a little bit behind. It's not actually going to be that relevant. Affects Duke's lane far more, but giving that first blood to Maokai, Maokai is not going to take that significant of an advantage, I don't think. Just a few CS here or there as he can more effectively zone Duke off the minion wave.
Yep. And here comes Blank, trying to make a plan to Hippo. He's got no flash, just advance back onto Duke. Nice kick from Blank, puts Hippo even farther behind enemy lines. He's tanky, and Duke is really low. I don't know if they can actually do this. A couple members of Kongdu coming up to help as well. Hippo's still alive for the moment. He lives. Nice Emperor's Divide comes in from Edge, and that's a kill.
Great
for the
roam.
Azir.
Great roam from Edge.
Yeah.
To come up and help his teammate. Blank just so close to getting that kill. They wanted to take an advantage over Hippo while his flash was still down. Instead, they lose another one. And they're going to get their blue buff stolen away. So Kongdu with some impressive map awareness this game and showing up in the nick of time.
Let's watch that one again. I mean, it was really close. But
Fighting
Hippo,
in the minion wave too. They took a lot of caster minion damage. And they wanted to get that kill, and they just knock him back. But Hippo is really tanky right now. He's not taking that much damage from Duke because the cowl's already complete. Even though he has no mana. Oh, Edge coming through with that flash to set up the Emperor's Divide and get the kill.
Pretty good stuff if you're Kongdu Monster. But if you're SK Telecom, you see kills in the top and mid lane already, and it's not a great thing.
Blank too, he went for the Sightstone first, so he just didn't have as much damage. Has a Skirmisher Saber though. Still can try and make some plays or duel out. And at least they're going to trade the blue buff right back around. Faker as the package, so contesting this would be a challenge, especially with Lucian not even there.
Yep. And are they going to get a dragon too, maybe? I don't know. I guess Edge is pushing up that mid lane, so Faker has to go back and clear the wave at least.
Well, they can try and take a dragon here. The minion wave is in a really good place for them. They have control of the crab.
Looks like they might. Yep, they're going for it.
Yeah, not too much of a risk, especially as Azir just went back. So it should be the uncontested dragon for SK Telecom. So at least they play the other side of the map well. When they just lost somebody on the top side, they bounce back and take the enemy blue in response and go ahead and get that first dragon. So behind 600 gold already, but it's definitely not the end of the world for them. Especially with Faker's CS lead developing in this mid lane now.
Yeah, and it's not like SK Telecom isn't used to winning games that they start out behind in. It's pretty much what they do nearly all the time.
Yeah, it's tricky too, because Edge here, his itemization, going for the Negatron Cloak, sure it cuts out that Boss Bomb damage, but when Faker goes for the Sheen and is trying to get in more auto attacks, it's hard to itemize against a Corki in the mid lane if you're going to be within auto attack range. That's what he's banking on, but he's still ahead in gold thanks to his kill.
Right. Oh, Duke's in big trouble. Okay, never mind. I thought they were going to dive that a little bit more aggressively. But I guess not.
SKT's going to have a pretty strong power spike, though. 2 items from Sivir. And the...
Oh, Faker just face checks a brush. Valkyrie's over the wall. Can he escape? Repel, use. Oh, he can't quite reach him.
Just out of range of that repel. But yes, face checking the pink brush. Not the wisest move. Doesn't have to spend his exhaust, but his flash now down. That's going to make Edge able to use that Emperor's Divide in some possibly creative ways to punish Faker. Of course, he'll still have the Valk, but if he gets behind that Emperor's Divide, he's going to have to go sideways instead.
Yeah. It seems like Faker's been a little bit lackadaisical in that mid lane this game.
He's been playing, I think, overly aggressive and face-checking that brush. Not stellar mid lane play when he doesn't know where the jungler is and he doesn't have backup himself. Blank was a little late to the party.
Yes, he was. That said, the gold lead's still only about 600, though, for Kongdu. SK Telecom still have a good chance. Faker may get dove here. Crush was thinking about it, but they decided against it.
Now, they may have been able to do that if Edge had flash, but still super risky. Trying to punish him a little bit more and see if he would get greedy and come up for that CS, but with his rockets and his Frost Bomb, he doesn't have to be anywhere close to the wave farm.
Pretty much. And CS pretty even across all the lanes right now, too. Just a little bit of a lead for Faker in mid. That's about it, but no kills, just 1 death. SK Telecom, though, they did get the first dragon, which helps a lot. Looks like Blank might be coming in for a gank in the bot lane. Waiting to see if Sol and Guger push up any farther. They're
Has
pushing
flash,
up.
has Sightstone.
I think you go for it. Blank waiting.
Position.
Oh, now they're going really far forward. Okay, here we go. Blank coming in.
Crush
is right there, though. Teleport comes in immediately from Kongdu. Guger tries to go for the play on Wolf, but Wolf gets away with the flash, drops that pillar, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to be ganked here. Edge was coming down, too.
Hippo was coming down. So yeah, Hippo had to cancel his TP once he saw that the play wasn't going to work. It was a good reaction by Guger, but Wolf flashed and therefore got headbutted the other way, and now Crush has to flash to get out of that.
Yep. Edge had been coming down the river, but he went back up again. All right, well, that's one way to separate people, I suppose. Emperor's Divide one way.
Kick him the other way.
Dragon's Rage the other way. Yep.
Everybody just stop fighting.
Well, they did.
They did.
Are you happy now?
I am.
I'm not.
I'm a League of Legends pacifist. Kill towers and nexuses only, please.
Sounds boring. What's the opposite of pacifist? Like warmonger, maybe?
Yes.
All right.
Warmongering.
I'm a League of Legends warmonger. SKT is going to call the silly Rift Herald from the Baron Pit.
Evict him.
Goodbye. It's the Baron's house. It's his pit. Stay out of his pit.
I think they will. Well,
for the moment anyway.
He always comes back. So pesky. You can evict him as many times as you like. He'll just keep squatting.
He only lasts about 18 minutes or 1950, I suppose.
Yep.
Here comes Wolf dropping the pillar. How about that? What a pillar.
My God, what a pillar.
He just puts that trophy down and basks in its glory.
Claims this territory for his own.
That's right.
Giant trophy.
Remembering the glory days when he was part of that great baseball team, I guess.
And this one it was called Pillar of Filth instead of Pillar of Ice. It had much more character that way.
It did, yeah. I mean, who doesn't love a pillar of filth as well?
Looked like a giant monument constructed out of fecal matter.
Yeah, but I think that's
now
pretty
it's
much
just
what
a trophy.
it was.
Boring.
Yeah, Crush on the scene. Oh, Wolf's going pretty far up there. Looks like Blank's going to chase him away in the river, though. Oh, hello. All right. Well, pink ward spotted. They're going to dive this. Soul kick back under turret. There's a kill for SKT. Bang in a good position. Wolf taking a lot of turret hits, though. They're going to trade 1 for 1. Bang not able to get all those auto attacks off that he wanted to. Wolf just got too low.
Yeah, but they did kill the AD carry, so they actually can push down this turret a little bit harder now as a result. Hippo and Duke doing the tank duel in the top lane where nothing matters.
No. Doesn't make a bit of difference, guys.
Preventing the teleports from both sides. Faker has the package, but they overstayed a little bit there on a level 6 Alistair.
I think Faker's got a delivery for the bot lane. There it is, the package coming in.
How would you like to watch a replay instead of the package?
Oh, well, I guess they aborted anyway. So.
I mean, nice knock up onto Wolf there, and it's just the tankiness, unable to actually finish off anybody else underneath that turret, so they catch Wolf out.
So Faker did package his way in there, but then they backed off right away. Went for the dragon instead.
I like how you made package a verb. Good job.
Packaged his way in there.
Some of the UPS drivers do too. They just like package their way to your house.
That's right. Packaging all the way to the front door. SKT gets their second dragon. Still a little bit behind in gold, but it's minimal, you know?
Kongdu doesn't need dragons to win either. They have a perfectly fine late game team composition, but their gold lead not really expanding right now. Been trading relatively evenly, and Bang & Wolf has been chipping away on this bottom tier 1 turret.
Yeah. And when you watch these games too, you're just kind of waiting for that moment where SK Telecom just hits the gas, wins that one team fight, and then changes that one team fight into an entire game win.
Interesting, we see early distortion enchantments onto Hippo. So if they do go for more teleports, there will be a window that Hippo will be able to teleport again, which should set up some nice ganks here. If they decide to use it.
Certainly could. Bang the one with the CS lead now. The bot lane. Well, Soul being dead probably helps with that.
Hippo's been roaming into the enemy jungle and into mid lane so many times this game. I really like the way he's playing. This is a style you can play against an aggressive laner like Faker. You can catch him out, and now the first blood happened.
Here comes Faker. Faker and Blank coming up. Looks like they're going to dive this down in bot lane. Wolf tanking turret hits already. Bang goes in with the damage. TP coming in. It's not going to save Soul. He's already gone. And now Hippo just kind of watching everybody die. No, he's going to turn it around because here comes Crush from the side. A kill from Hippo already. Gets exhausted. Cocoon on the Bang. Wolf flashed out of the way and the Cocoon hit Bang. Whoops. Double kill for Hippo though. And Faker and Wolf, the last people on SKT in that fight, on the run. They're going to keep chasing. They really want this. Yeah, they can just keep going. Faker waiting for that Valkyrie cooldown. Solo with the Sand Soldiers gets out with just 60 health.
Yeah, the Thunder Lords proc there too. Duke is going to take this turret in the top side as punishment, however. Minion wave not there in the bottom to actually take it, but Duke was really late on that TP. They're not really respecting the Alistar underneath the turret, and they're messing up quite a bit by diving. They'll trade turrets as a result. Sure, Faker was there early, but you can just 5-man commit to that bottom side in that case and just trade turrets, but you actually win that fight. That was some poor decision-making by SK Telecom.
Yep.
We'll have to check and see in the replay if Duke was perhaps in range of a twisted advance and so didn't want to initiate the TP early. He was not at all. Never mind.
He could have teleported.
Wolf going to try and tank that. Blank, unfortunately, the one to tank it afterwards. I suppose he didn't have his safeguard off the cooldown, so he couldn't really get out of that fight. Hippo with the flash forward to try and pick up that kill is successful, and then they tie up Bang with a Cocoon. Faker just barely getting out with his flash, and out of range of that twisted advance, gets into the brush. Just barely playing on the outside of it, and then Hippo loses interest as he can't see anymore. Still Faker nearly dying.
Yep. Faker grabbing his blue buff now.
The problem with that decision making is if you're going to commit like that, sure, you might lose your top tier 1 turret, but you're going to take a tier 1 in the bottom side if that gank is successful and you just preemptively teleport. Instead, Duke couldn't see the Maokai and didn't aggressively teleport onto the minion wave underneath the turret to try and just secure those kills. And if Maokai TPs, you're going to win that fight anyway, as long as Duke is there, and then you get a turret for free. So, not great communication from SK Telecom. They still are going to bounce back. Kongnu will secure a turret of their own as they put Lucian in the top lane. Or are they going to push this?
It looks like all the way to the tier 2 for the moment anyway. Doing some damage to it. SKT just trying to push this lead as much as they can. Or not this lead, but push this
deficit.
Push this deficit as much as they can. That's right.
It's actually the needle on the deficit really hasn't moved at all.
Yeah, it's been about 600 gold or so for the last 10 minutes now. I guess it's around 700 now.
Oh no.
Yep. So you're saying Kongdu's getting a bigger lead?
Very slightly. They don't need a lead to win this game. I mean, at least theoretically with these team compositions, they have plenty of late game carry potential. The one worry might be that if Alistar's ult is down and Hippo gets ulted by Trundle, that they could run into some issues. It depends on when Hippo is going to buy that QSS. That's going to be a necessary purchase for him at some point in this game to cleanse off Trundle ultimate. Because if not, he's going to be paper for Bang and Faker to tear through.
I wouldn't want to be that paper.
Well, he's a tree, so he might become paper anyway at some point.
That's true. But that's usually after he dies, he becomes paper.
You can kill him and then turn him into paper.
It'd be like really torturous to turn a tree into paper while it's still a tree.
Well, that's what happens all the time, though.
Well, you know what I mean, but not a living tree.
Well, you kill him, then you turn him into paper.
But I'm saying while the tree's still alive.
And then you...
One branch at a time.
Then you send that paper to his tree family.
That's right.
With a note that says...
With the words, "You're next." What was your note going to say?
Rip Maokai.
Okay, that works. R.I.P. and peace, Maokai. Looks like SK Telecom might be giving up this dragon. They could use it, too.
Faker's not there. I'll see if how much they want to contest this. Duke has TP.
Could come down. Looks like they're going to let
try
them
for a
have it.
steal.
Oh, almost get it, but not quite. Blank gets out, though.
That was that sight stone. So instead, they're going to try and just put pressure on the mid lane. So they get some decent turret damage down in mid and top, but they don't actually commit to the fight.
Yep.
Well, not a lot at top.
About half when it's all said and done, I guess. Well, it's half the turret they don't have to kill later, I suppose.
SKT already has those two dragons also. Giving one up right now isn't a major concern for them.
Oh, flash engage from Cougar. They're going all in on this one. Emperor's Divide doesn't really connect. And SK Telecom able to kite back a bit, do some damage. Duke teleporting in this time. But that engage wasn't quite as clean as Kongdu would have hoped for. Crush gets the cocoon onto Wolf. Are they going to go for this? Wolf taking some damage, but SKT just continues to disengage. They might lose their mid turret for this, though.
That would be a pretty harsh punishment. Going from a dragon straight into a mid turret.
Yeah.
Would be a big win for Kongdu. That would finally expand their gold lead.
Well, they'll get it, too. Yeah, jumping out. Well, it's still about 1,000 gold. It really hasn't expanded it much. But it is a lead.
Is a lead. SKT, though, just like Kongdu, has a very strong late game with their composition.
Yeah.
They have good pick potential.
If you think about it, though, the last game was over by this point.
It was.
So Kongdu certainly holding out at least a lot better this time around, and having a little bit of a lead.
I think SK Telecom has misplayed, and Kongdu has had the edge in a lot of these failed turret dives.
Oh, there goes another turret. In favor of SK Telecom this time around. The turret's evened up now.
They've kept their poise. They've been tricky. Hippo coming down for the first blood was a good play by him. Unexpected, but punishes Faker's aggressive laning. See Edge make that really nice Asir play to kill Blank on the gank at the top side. So they've been playing with a lot of awareness about where SK Telecom is going to strike based on the summoner spells, and that has been rewarded.
Yep.
But now they're 200 gold ahead.
Yeah. That turret from SK Telecom really even things up. Edge in a lot of trouble, getting slowed, getting exhausted over the wall. Bang! With a kill using that boomerang blade. And this is exactly the type of situation that SK Telecom can turn into a big lead.
I think they're a bit low on mana, though, so his poke and his rocket spam may not be enough to bust through a tier 2.
Yeah, no minion wave either until right now. They had to wait a little bit for that one.
A lot of their wave clear's gone, though.
Cougar trying to engage. They're going in 4v5. SK Telecom not intimidated, though. Blank goes in onto Hippo, tries to see if he can find something there, but not going to work out. So a little bit of damage on that tier 2, but more importantly, just a nice pick onto Edge there.
They just simply didn't have the resources to continue making plays. Without the poke damage, they're not really going to be able to secure the turret. If you don't have mana for the poke, you can't proc your Sheen, you can't take the turret quickly. It goes downhill pretty fast.
True. Faker just taking the blue buff over on the left side. He's going to clear out this minion wave. No mana, but he gets it.
He's got blue buff.
Yeah.
So he'll get mana.
SK Telecom has pushed out the waves a little bit now.
Yeah, Faker going for the Infinity Edge second, so choosing to go for those big crits. And that's actually important because Kongdu doesn't have a lot of armor at the moment. Hippo was in lane against Duke, so went for the Spirit Visage first. Take a look at how this came down. Trundle Pillar used early, and Edge just walks up on it, gets way too far forward. And right there, Boomerang Blade over the wall to help finish off that kill.
Yeah, you can't make a mistake around SK Telecom like that. Bang needs to be careful here.
So Baron becoming a realistic option for these teams, both of them.
Yep.
At this phase of the game, especially with that Azir.
It is true. SK Telecom zoning away Kongdu for the moment, though. They've even got, well, they've evened up the gold now.
Crush actually wins the war on that one. Blank does use Smite.
Minute 20 till the next dragon now.
We're going to head into the late game with this one, though. But
I think so.
good on Kongdu for staying in there. Playing a much tighter early game this time.
Yeah, they've looked good in game number 2. Not bad at all.
Really punished SKT's turret dive mistakes quite well. Duke back to his lack of teleporting ways.
Yeah, he's kind of got the, well, they can handle it philosophy.
So QSS done now for Hippo too, so that solves that problem. He got his first armor item, got his first MR item. Now he gets the QSS to make sure that he will not be torn asunder by Sivir and Corki.
It's a good idea.
No one likes to be torn asunder.
No. Does not sound fun. Okay, over the wall. Explosive cast doesn't really get Soul where he wants him. Here comes Wolf. Faker up there too. Teleport coming in though for Hippo. Bang in the back. Oh, teleport. Yeah, Hippo gets onto Faker. Faker gets away though. They're going to turn this one around a little bit. Edge has a pretty good angle on this. Hippo though getting very, very low. There's a kill for Kongdu. There's 2 kills for Kongdu. Blank coming in. Emperor's Divide pushes him back. Cougar re-engaging, and Kongdu winning this team fight pretty handily. Bang forced a flash. Blank tries to keep him alive. Actually, Bang managed to get one out of that, surprisingly. But Blank, the only one to survive that team fight, and wow, that was really good for Kongdu. They're going to go right to the Dragon after this, too.
Yeah, SKT did enough damage, though, that they're not going to be able to take the Baron. That's about the only saving grace, but Kongdu there, catching them out of position. Hippo flashed and W'd for Faker right after that teleport to try and lock him down, forcing Faker to use a couple summoner spells just to disengage. And then they went way too hard on the re-engage here. So with Duke's ultimate down, it's really difficult for them to get a re-engage in the first place. So Bang and Blank going to come up. Cougar with a great read gets a really good combo in. And the damage dealers are not actually on that back line, so it's easy for Kongdu just to isolate Gragas and actually take him out right there. Then there's the re-engage combo after the Emperor's Divide. Bang here. Now Blank going to get the Q on the Soul. That was a bit too aggressive right there.
For most of that fight, though, Soul and Edge just had a shooting gallery. I mean, they were just untouched in the back lines.
Once you make a play like Duke did and you try and make that pick, coming over the wall to surprise the Lucian and try and force that fight, force the easy kill onto him, and you miss that, you kind of need to just wait. You can't really go in after that. And here we go. Kongdu wants this. They know Duke. Well, Duke CP is up.
This is a very brave Baron.
Very brave.
There's a teleport coming in for SK Telecom. They disengage from Baron. On the run now. Yeah, Duke teleports in.
But Kongdu is not going to take damage from Baron, so at least they have that. The problem is that they don't have control over the mid wave. Blank is going to run interference alongside Duke while they just take the mid turret. So not the best, not the best minion wave control from Kongdu in order to take that, but they try for it, fail. They end up losing more than they gained. At least they got the TP out, I suppose. But SKT is doing a real good job of making sure they can't get back to defend their turrets.
Well, they're going to lose this mid lane and Emperor turret just immediately. SK Telecom, I mean, again, talk about taking something and just getting the most out of it. That's really what SKT's always been good at.
SKT has a gold lead now, too.
Yeah.
They really punish that. That's why you need to be able to push out if you're going to take that Baron. But honestly, Duke and Blank did a wonderful job of preventing Kongdu from taking the easy jungle routes through.
Yeah.
And opening up time for Faker and Bang to whittle away those turrets. And now there's an exposed inhibitor they're going to have to consider for the rest of this game. Do see staggered recalls here, not giving them a chance to counterplay with a Baron. But Kongdu will have a pressure edge now. And Hippo, if he can split push against Duke, could be successful in setting up some more plays that could lead to a Baron. They have a few minutes here on the Summoner to play with.
And Hippo's almost got his teleport back now. Should have it in just a second. SK Telecom. Pings from both teams going on near the Baron. They know that's where all the action's going to be.
SKT with a distinct edge and vision.
Yeah. Got quite a few wards. Just one ward, I believe, in the Baron pit for Kongdu right now.
Probably be. Nope, nothing.
Not anymore. Nope. There was, but I think the pink ward helped them spot it out. So the Hippo split push begins. And wow, Cougar needs to be careful. Headbutts Blank back over the wall. Wolf coming from the side, drops a pillar. Cougar used his ult.
Waiting.
The fact that ult might be down. Oh, okay. Well, explosive cask not quite getting him where they wanted him to, but they got the summoner, they got the ultimate, and that means a lot of Baron pressure from SKT now. They might just be able to take it.
Well, they have to consider Crush right here. They're going to turn.
Yep, that's right. Soul and Edge on the run. Whoa, Soul takes a huge amount of damage. Blank wrapped up just a little bit. Faker safe on the outside of the fight for the moment. SKT just, again, taking big chunks out of Kongdu Monster.
How did Hippo end up in that Baron pit? That was really weird.
I'm not sure. I didn't see.
Because he had to flash out of the Baron pit.
Maybe he twisted advanced on somebody on the other side.
But there was nobody else in the Baron pit. I actually caught it out of the corner of my eye.
Do not know.
I'd actually really like to see a replay of that, because he probably twisted advanced onto somebody, and that person immediately left the Baron pit.
Could be.
But nobody, usually the twisted advance will follow, so not sure how he got there. Did use TP. Oh, use TP. So he's just on the other side. Looks like.
Ah, okay. Simpler than we thought. All right. Are they going to actually go for this? Just clearing out some vision for the moment. Oh, here we go. Hippo slowed up just a little bit. Blank goes in, tries to make a play, but no. Hippo's probably not the one you want to kick out anyway. Ultimate backup for Gragas, so you can use that at any time.
Kongdu with a solid defense right there.
Yeah.
Cougar not getting greedy. They tried to make that pick, and they were just waiting for that ultimate to fall off. So it was a game of chicken with the explosive cask and the flash. Cougar had to use that flash. So he would have been dead meat.
Pretty much. Faker has a package too now. So SK Telecom can start setting up for something. They take the Disc of the Sun in the mid lane. And also Dragon's coming up in about a minute too, so a lot to think about right now.
Yeah, 2-2 in Dragons though. It's not going to be that important for either of these teams. SKT now the one with the teleport advantage, so they can start to just play around the bottom tier 2 and the Baron, threatening both at the same time. Kongdu's going to have to make some tough decisions about what they're going to do about Duke. Duke does have the Iceborne, so it's not like it's going to take him that long to drive his way through a tier 2 turret. He's got plenty of vision too, he's just going to take it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop him really. SKT has pressure on Baron.
Double recall.
Yeah, Kongdu going for it now. They see the recalls from SK Telecom.
Back.
Yeah.
Didn't know that, so SK Telecom just forcing them
awkward
to give up a tier 2 turret. Not really a way that Kongdu is going to be able to defend that.
I guess so.
Taking the slow incremental advantages, Doa.
Yep, SK Telecom continuing to expand that gold lead too. Why not take the Dragon? Do you think Kongdu can try to pressure Baron in response?
Well, as soon as they see Maokai, they're going to take this thing.
Yep. They are taking it. And so there you go. Okay, so SK Telecom gets an easy third Dragon. Recalls coming in from Kongdu on the other side of the map. Where does SK Telecom go? Because that inhibitor is vulnerable. All right, well, Edge going in, trying to make a play. Well, that was really messed up. Oh, man. Edge. That's it. I guess that's the inhibitor at least.
It's the inhibitor and the Baron. Faker in the meantime.
Fighting Hippo. All right. There's the exhaust. Blank coming in to help out. They get the inhibitor at the same time.
Oh, he killed him.
Whoops. Well, Faker just watched Mickey play in the last series. He's like, I got to try plays like that. Oops. Well, so much for the Baron anyway.
Pretty clutch kill, though.
Yeah, no kidding. That was kind of silly for Faker to be dueling that Maokai there.
Well, you don't expect the Maokai to do that much damage, but in this particular game, Hippo has built the Iceborne.
Yeah.
He also has the AoE damage from the Sunfire Capes. If you stand next to him, you are going to take some punishment.
Yeah. That's exactly what Faker did.
Took the punishment.
He stood next to the Maokai and took the punishment.
You don't want to stand next to a flaming tree, Doa.
No, you don't.
A flaming tree that freezes you.
Yeah. Freezing flaming tree. Well, that was not exactly the play that Edge wanted
I wonder
to
if
make there.
he like misclicked that, honestly, and he didn't mean to go in on his Sand Soldiers right there, because that was a big mistake. Faker, yeah, you think this is fine, but when the tree has absorbed so much damage with his ultimate, I mean, pop.
Oh, Faker. Oops.
He nearly got it.
He did. It was close. But now Faker is 0-3-5 this game. Not the greatest scoreline ever we've seen from this guy, but oh well. He's got the items now.
Got the items.
Yep. It's been messy. It's been a little bit of a messy second game.
How would you feel about being frozen next to an on-fire tree, Doa?
I feel like I would feel like I was a normal temperature. They'd cancel each other out. Cougar goes in onto Wolf. Where's the rest of SK Telecom? Faker's a long way away. Teleport coming in. Hippo wants to join the party. Duke already there. They're going to go for the blue buff really quick for Faker as they disengage.
It's going to be another TP advantage for Duke, and now that Baron threat gets even more real. They certainly got nice damage down onto Wolf, but with the Trundle pillar and the fact that he got a little bit extra tankier there at the end as a result of his ultimate, it's tough to actually pick them off. They didn't even have to use the explosive cast. Oh, nice dodge!
Oh, yeah, that's right. They get a big pick onto Blank, onto Trundle as well. And Kongdu starting off this fight strong. SK Telecom on the run. Oh, man, they didn't think anyone was in that rush after Blank checked it. Soul gets really low, though. Oh, Faker flashes for the kill. He gets it, too. But the engage comes in. Explosive cast splits up the team. Can SK Telecom win this one? Oh, man, Bang is really the one who needs to do the damage now. He's going to flash ahead. Hippo turns around, but that's a double for Bang. And SK Telecom winning a crazy team fight here.
That was such a good play from Faker.
Yep.
He basically saved the Baron right there and won on the team fight. Holy
Triple
cow.
kill for Bang. Wow, Faker playing a little bit silly in the last fight, but this time coming up big.
I mean, it's 1-4-7, but that was a hero move right there because if they hadn't been able to take out a couple extra members of Kongdu, that was like a game-changing moment, and now instead...
That could be the end.
It's probably the end of the game.
And
So Faker and Bang doing work in that last fight. It's only Crush, one spider against the world.
That's right, but he's got 8 legs.
Crush the spider.
Might not be enough, though. Yep, Crush taking a lot of damage, but he's delaying. There goes the first Nexus turret.
Yeah. Well, they got 5 seconds on Soul.
I don't know if they can end this one. They're going to try it. Oh, no, they've got enough damage with that Sivir.
They have
should.
Iceborne,
Here
too.
comes Soul trying to make it work. Duke zoning. Soul, they're going to turn it. Wow, they get the 80 carry already. Edge comes in. That's a lot of damage on the Bang, but here comes Wolf. Duke's still there, and now Kongdu funneling one by one to die. To the remaining members of SK Telecom, the Nexus going to get beaten to death here. Wolf and Duke trying to finish it. Can they do it? Looks like they barely can, and SK Telecom gets the 2-0. And GG.
Well, that was an exciting end to that game.
Interesting end, yeah.
Bang picked up like 7 kills or 6 kills right at the end there.
Yep. Faker's like, I made a play.
Well, clutch. Clutch kill onto Soul, and Soul was playing way too far forward in a lot of those team fights. Definitely a bit sloppy on the positioning. Got really punished because if he hadn't gotten chunked out at in the start of that team fight and then allowed the opportunity for Faker to flash back onto him, they probably could have won that game.
So the march up the standings continues for SK Telecom. They are now tied with KT Rolster for second place at 10-5 match score wise and plus 10 game score wise.
It's going to make next week a really fun match. SKT versus KT.
That is going to be awesome.
Could decide these playoff seedings, and again, those rankings super important because every step you go up on the end of the season ranking, that's one less best of 5 you have to play in the playoffs, so it's absolutely huge.
Yeah. Yeah, whoever gets second place just needs to win one best of 5, and then they're in the finals. It's definitely the place you want to be. And as far as Kongdu goes, they played okay in the second game. They responded well early on, but in the end, I mean, veteran team versus kind of some newer players on Kongdu, a little bit less experience, and enormous damage from Bang.
Over 40,000 damage to champions. Faker was next in line with 24,000, so Bang carrying SK Telecom that game.
Oh yeah. Faker, made some plays, but looking a little bit disappointed about that one. He played it a little bit silly in game 2.
I mean, there was a Maokai in his lane at
that is
5 minutes of the game.
That is true. It was a rough game for Faker, but hey, they still won, so who cares? A win is a win is a win, and game 2's MVP is Bang.
Well-deserved MVP from Bang, especially with his performance in that last team fight. See this, I mean, his boomerang blades were just on point right here too. Carving him up at the end of his flash. I don't know what happened to Edge right there. That was bizarre.
I think he just completely fat fingered what he was trying to do there.
That's a huge mistake to make in a game like this.
Yep.
A game that's very winnable. Taking a look at some of these fights that were so very even, both these team compositions excelling in the mid and late game. And Kongdu did pretty well this game, honestly.
Yeah, not too bad.
This is Bang's cleanup janitorial services. It's a triple, gets a double.
This is a little bit silly at the end there, but they're like, well, we can probably end the game.
Well, they definitely could with the damage that they had with Wolf and Bang coming, or Blank rather, coming up the mid lane. And as long as they could pick off people one by one, Soul has to go in right here, tie them up long enough, but that damage, just too much. Edge finally finishes off the kill undo. Bang, but then gets destroyed himself as Wolf rejoins the rest of his team.
That's right. So time for an MVP interview with Blank and Bang after their 2-0 over Kongdu Monster. And once again, of course, George will be translating for us.
All right, this is George again. So today's match between SKT and Kongdu. SKT was able to beat Kongdu 2-0. And today's MVPs are Blank and Bang. Let's meet our MVPs. First of all, for Blank. It is your fourth consecutive MVP. How do you feel? To tell you the truth, I know I just played well, but our team members actually kind of supported me very much, so I'm very happy. I know with your Graves pick, and you had the most damage as a jungler. What was team reaction? I know. In our team, it is the first time that jungler actually gave the most damage. I know in front of blue buff, it was 2-1 situation. You kind of killed both of them. Did you actually plan it? When I played Graves, I know I can give a lot of damage. I kind of planned it and expected it. I know everyone played very well on the first set and also Wolf was one of the players that actually played very well. Was he very sad that he didn't get the MVP? He was really sad. I know the bottom duo. He was really sad because he played very well on first set. I know a lot of fans were expecting you and Faker's making jokes together. Can you please say something to make a joke to Faker? I don't want to make that typical joke. I think it is out of fashion, and we're kind of planning on making a real good joke for next time. I know you kind of noticed that you get a lot of fans now. Please say something to your fans. On the second set, I really didn't play very well, and I'm really thankful that I was able to get MVP in the first set. And thank you for all the fans that cheer for me. I'll personally say hi to you all later. All right, next up would be Bang. It's been a while since you got MVP. How do you feel? I'm just happy that we won. With today's victory, you guys made it to the second rank. How do you feel? I know we still have many games to play, 7 games to play. Hopefully, we win all the games, and I wanna stay in the second rank. I know opponent Kongdu actually beat you guys in the set last game. Did you actually expect that? I really don't remember that game because I forgot all the first round set games. On the second set, it was really, you guys had a shaky game. What moment did you think that you're gonna make a real move to turn this game over towards you guys? In the last team fight, I didn't expect to win because opponents' comp, they had a very good composition. I don't remember if we initiated it or if they initiated it, but after we won it, we all thought that we were able to destroy the Nexus. So, and he said he doesn't really remember if they initiated or the opponent initiated. I know Faker went in, and then you gave a lot of damage. What was your mindset? I should kill. until the team fight was over, I couldn't expect if we were gonna win it or not. I know with your Sivir, he expected to give a lot of damage. It seems like you were on diet. I heard you lost 18 kilograms.
He definitely has lost a lot of weight.
It's impressive.
His chin looks very sharp, and it looks like a very different person, I guess. After the World Championship, our translator, my translator actually told me that, asked me actually, if when are you gonna lose weight? When are you gonna lose weight? So I kind of made that promise, and hopefully our fans kind of like it. He actually does make his promises, keeps his promises. I know there a lot of people say that there's a jinx that if you lose weight, you don't play as well. What do you think about that? I don't believe that. Maybe they lost too much weight. But however, I kind of kept my condition very high and well. I know you guys probably have to play very well for the rest of the season to make to the playoffs. Please say something for the last time how you're gonna play against those teams. And on the last season, we actually made it to playoffs, and I really want to advance to the playoffs. All right, round of applause for Bang. Congratulations for SKT and the 2 MVPs. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks for translating, George. And SK Telecom getting the 2-0, getting the second place tie with KT Rolster. We've said it before in the cast. I'm really excited about SKT versus KT next week. That's going to be awesome.
It's going to be great.
Yeah. So today's results: Africa Freaks getting the 2-0 over Jin Air, actually. Which we were thinking maybe that would go to 3 games, but the Freaks looking really good, and Jin Air looking really kind of lost.
Africa started the season 1-6, Stella.
Yeah.
And now
I know
they are 8-7.
It's incredible stuff. Kangdu Monster getting taken down by SK Telecom. Just saw that match, obviously. SKT looking like they didn't have too much of a hard time of it, except for a couple of steps in game number 2. Rox Tigers still way on top, but look at that. SK Telecom tied up with KT Rolster at 10-5 apiece.
So every game is going to count from this point forward.
Yeah.
SK Telecom, I think, has the head-to-head advantage over KT, hence why they are now in second place.
Right.
Of course, it goes best of 3 score, then game differential, then head-to-head record.
That's right. So tomorrow, Spenu Sonic Boom taking on Longju Gaming, and then CJ Antis versus KT Rolster. CJ, been looking better lately. KT, though, really needs to win that.
Crapshoot with KT, I feel.
I know.
Sometimes it's mid-Malzahar and it works. Sometimes it's protect the Draven and it looks terrible.
SK Telecom fighting Samsung then the next day, and then Rox Tigers versus Africa Freaks. After everybody that the Freaks have been beating, Rox Tigers is going to have to take this one pretty seriously if they want to preserve their pride. Don't need to worry about the standings too much, but pride will be on the line at least.
And in the Africa Freaks chain of destruction that they have managed to wreak upon this league, their only loss was to SK Telecom, and even that was a 3-game series, and it was quite close. They took game 1. It looked like they took game 1 really easily, too, and it looked like they may be able to come back and actually win a second best of 3 against SKT. Didn't end up happening. SKT powering up, but Freaks need to be taken seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't deny anymore that these guys are really, really, well, maybe not. It's hard for me to say even. I want to say they're really, really good, but I don't know. They're good at the moment. We'll see if it continues. Thanks for watching, guys. More champions tomorrow. See you then.